pressure on the blade that's here. Whereas with this style, you are supported and you put the pressure directly on the blade. So you haven't got to put the pressure there.
You're all up like this, aren't you? You're kind of, you're putting pressure right here.
Yes.
On your wrist.
Yes. Whereas this here, the pressure just comes from a slight push. You're not using that part of your wrist at all. But the biggest thing of these rotary cutters is this that comes with the rotary cutter.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the track.
The track.
The track.
The track.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you see the rulers, it's just as an example.
Yeah, this is useful. This all comes in your starter set, by the way.
Yes. So these rulers have a lip on the edge.
And you can, it's really hard to see. I'm just going to try and show you. If you go back to the previous camera, it was, I think, yeah, like that, that's it. Right, so can you see, there it is. Can you see there is a lip? It's almost like a pie crust sticking up. They're like the edge of a pie. Sorry to make it about food, but there you are. Hello, have we met? So this is like a runner, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
It's like a runner.
So to make my rotary cutter work with these rulers, I am going to put the track on. So on the back of your rotary cutter, you've got this, which is called a quick release. And all I'm going to do is push that, and it releases the blade.
So that's how you would change the blade?
Yes.
Standard 45mm rotary blade.
Yep, that's right. And then what I'm going to do is put the track on instead of that screw there. And then click that back into place.
Now I already want one because, did you see it was just click? There's no little nuts to screw. There's not that
no washers that you lose.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Friday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. Merry Christmas. If no one said that to you today, let me be the first. We are celebrating Christmas in July. We have got some amazing offers and deals this week. If you've literally just woken up on the sofa, don't worry, you haven't been asleep for 6 months. It is still July. We're just doing that wild thing in celebrating Christmas in July, so you can get ahead with all your fabulous sewing, knitting, crochet. Tofter in the house today, everybody. So we're going to be doing a lot of lovely crochet for Christmas. Anyway, wonderful to have your company. We're going to dive straight in with our fabulous early bird. And we are getting all set for Christmas. Now, I'm going to start by showing you a finished sample, which is this gorgeous 12 Days of Christmas cushion using our early bird. Now, regular price for the panel is £8.99. Let me show you the panel. It's gorgeous. It's an absolutely brilliant price at £8.99. It's our early bird, remember. And actually, what's really cool is this is sort of a panel and sort of not a panel, because it's actually a half a metre of fabric. Okay, it's a half a metre of fabric. I'm going to hold it up so you can see. So actually, if it was a panel, strictly speaking, it would be the 12 Days of Christmas and nothing else. But what you've actually got is all of these repeats of the 12 Days of Christmas. So actually, you could do loads of little hanging ornaments, baubles. You could do like them stuffed with a little tassel hanging from the tree. You could make several like 12 Days of Christmas cushions, or almost like a little advent that you can pick little gifts out of. And what I would do is I would actually have one version as the base panel, and then I'd use others and I would create little pockets out of them that went over the top. that you could put gifts in. There's all sorts you could do with this ½ metre of fabric. Excuse me, the cushion is just one example. Absolutely loads. I mean, as a rough guesstimate, remember you've got 12 different days of Christmas. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm thinking about 8 repeats of the 12 days of Christmas. Amazing. It's not £8.99. It's this. £6.99. That's wild. That's absolutely brill. It's pre-cut as a ½ metre. So if you multi-buy, actually I can see lots of you are, you will get this as separate ½ metres. But what a brilliant buy. If you make and sell, can you imagine doing a set of all 12 days of Christmas? Lovely little hanging loop and a little tassel hanging off that you could make out of either yarn or something like embroidery floss. Brilliant, make and sell. 100% cotton, absolutely beautiful. It's lovely. And also there's loads of lovely gold printing on the fabric. Really lovely quality. I mean, have a look at this. This is just using one set of 12 repeats. So look, that's that. That's the 12 days of Christmas. Okay, just that. But you've got that. 5 gold rings. I think this is an amazing early bird, actually. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Oh, I'm getting the whole song now in my ear. Thanks, Hannah. But what's lovely about this panel too is it's got kind of sashing already included. So in order to make this cushion, it is literally cut out the 12 days in one, add borders. Isn't it lovely actually on this cushion how we've got some decorative stitching added using your sewing machine to finish those edges, a little zip in the bottom, and that's it, done. Absolutely fantastic. Now, there's over 40 of these sitting in baskets. Do check out. Remember, once you check out your basket, you have basically paid your postage for the entire day. Combine your orders as you go throughout the day, but you've opened your shopping basket, you've paid your postage, and then for the rest of the day, you can shop and check out as many times as you like. Absolutely fab. That's our early bird. Now, don't forget as well that this week, every shopper this week gets a pin badge, an exclusive Christmas pin badge. Very collectible, these. Lots of you collect these. And absolutely fab. Absolutely fab. Right, okay. Now, let me just say a quick good morning to Claire, who says, morning, Stuart, and all Merry Christmas. And Marie, who says, ho, 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 Stuart. I'm in hospital with no energy, but I'm sure you'll liven me up, lovely boy. Well, I was just going to say, Marie, and I didn't mention yesterday that you're in hospital, but Marie messaged me yesterday to say that the lady in the bed next to her is a quilter, which I think is definitely blue sky thinking and finding something positive in that situation. I'm sure you've had loads and loads to talk about. Thanks, Michael. So anyway, listen, I wish you a speedy recovery, my love, and I'm so glad that you can still watch Sewing Street. When my mum was in hospital a couple of years ago, she was all she was interested in was, could you get Sewing Street on the TV? And then she actually made all the doctors and nurses stand there watching because I was on television. And I'm sure at first they didn't think it was true. And then I actually said good morning to Mum in hospital, and then they knew it was. So there we go. Anyway, that's our early bird. Absolutely fab. Great value. Oh my goodness, I've just had a little look at the figures, and this early bird is flying out. My goodness me. So many of you have checked out on that. Oh, Stephanie, what a brilliant idea. She says, I'm thinking Christmas placemats. What an easy and gorgeous make that would be. And you could get loads out of one panel. What about matching coasters? Valerie from the West Midlands says, morning Stuart and all, just signed in and got the early bird. Well, the early bird catches the worm. Well done, well done. It's fab. Yeah, coasters, Christmas tree decorations. What about little Christmas cards? So you could do mixed media. I've done this before where I've used a wide zigzag on my machine with decorative thread, metallic thread, and actually stitch through card. Victoria from Gloucestershire says, looks beautiful. This, oh, no, I'm joking. Let's do the menu. Let's do the menu. Wow, another 30 sold as I've been talking. All right, our menu for today. We're starting with fabulous festive fabrics. At 9 o'clock, drum roll please, Kerry Lord is here from Toft, and I'm going to go and say a quick hello because Kerry's here.
Good morning.
Look, everybody, at this. We are here. Rachel and Kerry are still setting up the show.
Yeah, nearly there. We're nearly there.
How amazing does this look? I mean, I just want to fill my home with crochet now. You do this every time.
I love getting Christmas out this early as well. For me, it's very exciting.
Fabulous.
Bonus few months. Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. And also a bonus, everybody that shops Toft today will receive a free copy of this Toft magazine. Now, while stocks last, but Kerry's assured me that in the event that this magazine kind of is all used up, if you like, you'll get a different magazine, but the vast majority are going to get this magazine, which is fab.
Yeah,
Thank you for
so
that.
You get 10 patterns, 5 knit and 5 crochet, so it's not just for
Love
crochets
that.
either. Knitting.
Love that. Want one. Lots of you already checking out on your Toft crochet. Now, I'm going to run over there now. Thanks for that,
Thank
Kerry.
you. See you soon.
Because, hello, I am so excited about the 10 o'clock hour. I'm getting very excited at the moment because I am launching a brand new sewing machine for us here on Sewing Street. Oh my goodness, I'm going to give you the graphics because these are already selling. It is the Brother Innovis NV1100. I can't believe what you get in this machine for the money. It's a huge throat space to start with. You've got this massive extension table, 140 stitches, 10 automatic one-step buttonholes. You also get 5 alphabets, you heard me right. You get a knee lifter. You get, obviously, your extension table, a hard cover. Now, this is where it gets super exciting. I'm going to grab this down because you also get a creative quilting kit included, which is worth £160. And this is Sewing Street's gift to you. Within that, you're getting that extension table. You're getting the Free Motion guide grip. That's what looks a little bit like an embroidery hoop that you put on top of your quilt. You get your open-toed quilting foot, your darning foot, included for free. You get your walking foot included for free. You also get the spacing bar and a 1/4-inch patchwork foot. This for me is like the perfect package for under £1,000. Absolutely incredible. We've also got 5-way split pay on that machine, which means you don't need to spend £999.99 today. It's under £200 to get the brand new Brother Innovis NV1100 home with your free walking foot, your free darning foot, your free extension table, your 1/4-inch foot, your guide, the whole shebang. You've also got that knee lifter. Absolutely incredible. Christmas has come early on Sewing Street. What a fantastic day. All right, and then just back to the menu, please, because we've got another show from Kerry at 11 o'clock. The gorgeous Toft, more fabulous Christmas. Oh my goodness, we have got the cutest projects. We've got a gorgeous little gingerbread man and a little snowman wearing wellies and a woolly hat, who I'm currently obsessed with. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. He's currently sitting on a pine cone, which, you know, seems uncomfortable, but I'm sure for a snowman is absolutely fine. No judgment. And then at 12 o'clock, I think I can say for everybody here, we love Christmas. We have got so many gorgeous Christmas projects and items in that hour. So I'm going to keep it a secret. All right, now keep going through for your early bird. It's a fab 12 days of Christmas panel, so much value in that. Right, how to shop? Well, let's start off. First of all, you can message the studio, you can email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. Get in touch, let us know what you're doing, ask any questions. You can also go through Facebook, Sewing Street TV, and I'm getting lots of messages through. Morning, Julie. She says, looking forward to Toff today. Me too. Jackie says, morning, Stuart. Waking up to my favourite presenter. Bonus. Thank you. Thank you. Jan says, morning, Stuart and all. Anne says, morning, Stuart. And Marie says, ho, ho, ho. I love it. Now, you can also go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live. And then once you get there, you can send us a little message. Go on, what are you going to write? I just know it's going to be ho, ho, ho. Oh, no. Oh, Hannah. You're so disappointing. All right. Too late. It's too late. It's too late. The moment's gone. There's that early bird, £6.99. You don't just get the 12 days of Christmas. I think you get about 8 repeats. There's 10 remaining. Please be quick. Please be quick. And then if we go underneath, you can see today's show deals and what's coming up on today's shows. So if it's anything we haven't seen on air, it'll be in coming up. Okay, so we've got loads of gorgeous Christmas fabrics in the first hour. That fabulous book, Wreaths. Beautiful festive creations to make there. Loads of lovely fabric. Look at the value. £4.99, £6.99, a half metre, £5.99 there. Absolutely brilliant. Loads of gorgeous bargain fabrics there. Actually, you could use some of those with our early bird to create those placemats, those advent calendars. What a great morning to get ahead for Christmas. We've also got some gorgeous, look at this, lovely kind of lurexy look. I mean, for Christmas, anything goes. I mean, in life, anything goes, frankly. But at Christmas, I think we can all agree, sparkles are where it's at. Now, look at all the gorgeous toff. There's the little snowman. Look, he's got welly bobs on. Ah. And Mr. and Mrs. Christmas, a fabulous 12 birds bundle. You get a free book and that price is going to crash. Love the green elf. Love the green elf. You've got some gorgeous crochet hooks as well. What about crocheting your own Christmas dinner? Isn't that cute? I love the pigs in blankets. Turkey for one. Now, be quick if you want these. This is the Discovery Box Mini Nativity. You get everything, including all your patterns, all your yarn, to make all 5 nativity animals. They're the thing you're going to bring out every single year, aren't they? That Christmas tradition just waiting to happen, and really lovely fun projects to make over the next few weeks or months. But I wouldn't hang about for that because that is very, very popular. We've also got Crochet the 12 Birds of Christmas. There is literally a partridge in a pear tree. That's the book. And don't forget, we also have a kit which has the yarn for all 12 birds, complete with a free book. And then look at that little gingerbread man. Oh, click on him. Go on. Gingerbread, go. Click on him. Look. Not my gummy drop buns. I just had to get it out of my system. Sorry. Can't help myself. Right, okay. Has the early bird now sold out? Yes, well done. Well done if you got that. I've got glittery fat. Right. Gorgeous. 5 fat quarters. Great for your Christmas crafting. 14.99. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous glitter printing. You've got your red coordinate, you've got your cream, you've got your grey, and another glitter. Oh, that is really glamorous. Love that. Really love the colour as well, the red. It's almost a pink red. It's like a lipstick red. Beautiful. Viv says, morning, Stuart. Tried to say yesterday, but Facebook was having a tantrum. No. Well, today it's obviously in a much better mood. Pam says, ad hoc switched on TV. Glad I did. Love the panel. Bought it. Well done. Hey, listen. Do you want a little Christmas present? At the moment, it's £2.99 a fat quarter. Let's go lower, Hannah. Let's go lower. What? Oh, yes, please. Is that £5 off? £1.99 a fat quarter. Love that. Love that. Okay, that's more like it. £9.99. You get your 3 solids and you get your 2 glitters. £1.99 a fat quarter. That's fabulous value. Love that. Christmas is great, isn't it, to do? I love those things which are like the real Christmas traditions where you're going to bring them out year on year. And I don't mind putting in a lot of work and a lot of effort. You know, something like a gorgeous Toft crochet project. It's an heirloom. And then there are other things like, you know, coasters, placemats, little bits and bobs like that I'm going to bring out. I might use for 1 year, I might not use them again, or you know what I mean? Where if I can get really well-priced fabric for those, like our early bird today, I'm going to do it. Christmas cards, things like that. Alternative wrappings for presents rather than using paper, wrapping fabric and then reuse. Love that. Love that. It's your glitter fat quarter pack. You've got your 2 glitter fabrics and that glitter is not going anywhere, which is really important, right? You do not want to be making these and the glitter coming off. That is going nowhere. Fabulous. Love it. Okay. That's our first little deal of the day. Now, I've got some other fat quarters coming up. Let's have a little look. Yeah. Oh, these are... Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, these are really cute. These are really cute. Are we going to do these now? Yeah. Oh, look, love that. That's gorgeous. Beautiful. Look, really nice coordinates, these. And it should be $14.99. We shouldn't really be crashing on this. $2.99 a fat quarter is still great value, but we are going to do a crash to $9.99, which means these are now $1.99 a fat quarter. Super cute. Love the polka dot. Love the solids as well in there. I might do, you know, a little... I tell you what I would do with these. Okay. I would do... Have you seen those like mug cozies that go round a mug? Okay. But you can do them where you put pockets or even concertina pockets, you know, where you've got like a little pleat so that the pocket stands proud. And you can make those to go around a mug. So you can actually use it as storage for things like your pens, your rotary cutters, scissors. You could make probably 3, or like 1 per fat quarter, but mix and match them. You could get loads out of this, all sorts of lovely projects for £9.99. I mean, if you made those with, you know, just a cheap mug, you could make and sell those. I reckon you could probably sell each one for... what, £5, £7? Something like that. So much more than just the mug. Anyway, just an idea. Hillary's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart, lovely surprise. Didn't know it was you this morning. Oh, yes, and tomorrow. And tomorrow. Vian's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. How are you, bud? I'm really, really well, thanks. How are you? Maria says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. Going to try and come to festival to see you. J66. You're there on the Thursday. I'm there every day. And it's my birthday on the Friday. I don't think my family would be happy if I went on that day. Well, you must indulge yourself, my lovely, and you must do what makes you happy. But yeah, I would love to see you on the Thursday. Right, I'm going to pop this to one side. I've got some glittery threads. Glittery threads. This is actually metallic twine rather than thread. So you're going to use this. You could couch it onto a project. Just going to open it so you can see. $3.99, which makes each one about, what, $1.33. I would use these. There's a few different ways you could use these, actually. Let me just... Oh, let me get some scissors. $30 meters in total on this. Right, okay, let me just unwind a little bit so we can see. Oh, it's almost like mini tinsel. Look. Now I love it. I wasn't sure, but I love that. Look at that. Right. So what I'm thinking is you could have, you know what I mean? If you made like a little, Christmas tree, it could be padded or something like that. And then you could, do you know what I mean? You could couch that all over it. Little pom-poms. Oh, I mean, loads of things you could do with this. You could embellish. You could use this almost like as a little washing line to peg things on with the little mini pegs, little messages. You could use it for card making, photographs as well. What about on an advent calendar? Yeah, that's brilliant. You get the kind of bronzy rose gold, you get the gold, and you get the silver for $3.99. I think that's amazing. That's really cool. Yeah, it's a bit different. I mean, Christmas, when I'm crafting, even when I'm sewing, I tend to use materials that I don't use any other time of the year. So suddenly, you know, the sequins come out, the beaded tassels come out, the metallic twines, the butcher's twine, all sorts of things. So it's really worth having these little extras. Think as well, if you're more into kind of that textile art as well, multimedia, collage, things like that. Again, you could use this. The other thing you could do as well is you could use this as a base and then use other threads, yarns, twist them together, and then run them through your sewing machine on a zigzag, maybe with a metallic or a variegated thread, and you can actually create your own cords for things like drawstrings for bags. So this would work really well. This would work really well. I love it. Well, for $3.99, it's absolutely worth having just to have in your stash for, you know, when you're just making a Christmassy project and think, this needs more sparkle. What have I got? Hi, Stuart. Can you wish my son Matthew a happy 17th birthday, please? That's from Jackie in Staffordshire. Of course I can. Matthew, happy birthday from everybody here at Sewing Street. Many, many happy returns of the day. Ah, I hope there's cake. I hope there's cake. Ah, do you know, 17, wow. Michelle from Lincolnshire says, morning, Stuart and team. Good morning, my lovely. Now, listen, we've already said hello to Rachel and Kerry from Tops. Why don't we say hello to the guys in the gallery? Yay! There's Ollie, our director. And then she needs no introduction with her Hannah-isms. It's Hannah, just wave. Play fairly. Hannah, wave. Honestly. Where's Mr. Wolf? Michael! Where's the big bad wolf? Come on, there he is. Hiya, there's Michael. So if you should hear singing in the background, it explains everything. Thank you, Michael. Very good. Back in your cupboard now. Right, that's the metallic twine. Gosh, they are absolutely flying out. Everyone loves a bit of sparkle. Right, some more unusual. Yeah, I'm going to show you all of these to start with. Two separate bundles. I've got sparkle bundle. Yum, look at that. And I've got metallic bundle. Should do metallic. Let's do sparkle first. We're more limited. And this is stretchy fabric. Now I'm going to undo. Should I undo the red? The red's lovely. So you get all four colours, the red, the silver, the green and the gold. It is stretchy, metallic, sparkle fabric. Okay. Look. And it's actually really soft fabric. What I'm thinking here, well, first of all, I'm thinking that would be a fabulous overlay on a tablecloth or a table, to create an extra table runner would be really lovely. The other thing you could do with this is to create some really sort of lavish, do you know what I mean? Lovely, lavish bows. In fact, let's just tie a bow. So you could tie a bow. We're going to crash, by the way. We're at single figures. But that, on the bottom of the staircase or on the mantelpiece, something like that. You could even use this to accessorise your clothing. I love it. You see, at Christmas, you can do anything. There's no rules. There's no rules in life, frankly. But, gorgeous. Love it. I've literally got 5 of these bundles left. Christmas decorating, birthday decorating actually. And my top tip would be, if you can get away with not cutting this, so you keep the lengths, one, maybe fold it, pin it, tie it, and then at the end of the season you can take it down, put it back on the tube, and then there may be another celebration. The red could come out at Valentine. You could drape this around a cake for a celebration. Loads of it's sold out. It has sold out. Well done. Now, I've also got, I'm a bit more obsessed with this one actually, the stretchy metallic. So, silver or gold? I'm not sure. Which one do I open? Silver or gold? The gold? Really? I was thinking silver, but then I would have started singing, I lost my heart to a starship trooper. Just take me to a disco. Just take me to a disco. A roller disco. Isn't this fab? Isn't it fab? I mean, again, parties, celebrations, Christmas, a drab Wednesday. Just get the metallic out. Have fun. You've got to have fun with your crafting, with life generally. Vian's asked, when's Charlie on again? Well, it's funny you should ask that, actually, because in August, Charlie will be back on air with me for a very special show. Yes. Thank you for asking. Single figures, I've got 4 left. You get all 4 rolls. You get the gold, silver, red, and green. Look at that green as well. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you're helping with the kids' nativity, costumes, crowns, dressing up box, school summer holidays. Let's forget Christmas for a minute. Just to have 4 arts and crafts and dressing up. Make a spaceman. Make an intergalactic explorer. Carol says, morning everyone, turned on the TV to see who was the presenter. I'm going out later, so I won't be able to watch all of the show. Well, I'm glad you're not going out right now, otherwise that could have been, awkward. Bless you. Thank you, Carol. Right, that's sold out. Now, I've got Lewis and Irene. Oh, little Lurex. A fat quarter. Oh, yummy. This is one side. This is the other side, which is just slightly less. 99p for a gold organza fat quarter. Look, that's what you get for under £1. Now, straight away, I'm thinking, can you imagine making little bows? You know, just a little kind of folded strip, small folded strip, little tie around, and you've got like a little bow that you can stick on all kinds of crafts. This would work really well with our early bird panel, actually. With the 12 Days of Christmas, it had got that gold printing on it. But also, again, let's put Christmas to one side for a second. If you love things like your Japanese fabrics that have gold overprinting, you could put just a little thin folded flange into a project. What about in autumn leaves? Bondaweb on the back, use your lowest heat setting, use a 1, cover it with greaseproof paper as well before you iron, and Bondaweb to the back. You could cut out fairy wings, angel wings, butterfly wings. Remember, there is one P&P all day. All you have to do is, as you continue ordering and checking out your basket, just combine your order, combine your shopping basket, and then you just pay one P&P. It's £4.95 all day. So something like that, absolutely brilliant, isn't it? So cool. Love that. Absolutely love that. This would work really well with that metallic twine, wouldn't it? Bronze or rose gold, gold and silver for £3.99. Absolutely fab. Absolutely fab. That's your metallic gold fat quarter. Gold's never been so inexpensive. All right. Now, I've got some tartan fat quarters, and these are a little bit different because these are a woven, I know cotton's woven, but you'll see when I open them up, they're almost like a dressmaking sort of style of fabric. Do you see? So, I'll show you this one. On one side, regular tartan, but look, on the other side, it's printed with snowflakes. So you could use either or. I'm thinking things like a hot water bottle cover. Would be, oh, there's like a Stuart tartan, isn't it? Is that a Stuart tartan? Yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of different tartans. I love the one with the blue in. Actually, I'm going to move them out of the way because it gets a bit muddled when they're on top of each other. So they all have that overprinting. That's yummy. 55% polyester, 45% cotton. These could be used to make maybe some little Christmas stockings. That would be nice. Because of the weave, I'm just going to give you a heads up. They have quite a lot of movement in them. They have quite a lot of stretch in them. So to make these easy to work with, my top tip would be to fuse some lightweight interfacing on one side just to stabilise it, because there is, I mean, you can also really use that to your advantage. Printed one side, not on the other. On the website, the picture shows them with a pinked edge. Can you see? That is literally just like a graphic that's been added to separate them. They're not actually pinked around the edges, just to avoid any confusion. But those are really cool. I like those. Those are a bit different. Those are a bit different, aren't they? And like I say, you can use the wrong side or the right side. So, you know, not Christmas, Christmas, or winter. These would actually be really, really nice to make some hair accessories out of. You could make scrunchies, you could cover headbands with them. Wouldn't they be lovely for that? Yeah, Christmas tree decks. Right. This is like having an early bird halfway through the show, because this is such a brilliant deal. I've got 0.5 meters of your essentials. Red, Christmas red, solid, 0.5 meter of that. You've got 0.5 meter of seeded natural cotton. Love that. And then 0.5 meter of emerald. What perfect Christmas colours. Snow people, angels, But look, this is when the metallic twine, can you imagine? That suddenly becomes an angel, doesn't it? With a bit of metallic twine and a bit of embroidery, it's an angel. Or an Italian flag. Anybody want pasta? Tiramisu, 11.37? I don't think so. I don't think so. $9.99 for 1.5 meters. Buongiorno, come stai? Bene, bene. That's my bit of Italian. You're welcome. If you've bought any of our solids before, you'll know they're absolutely beautiful quality. They're from Rose and Hubble. If you've made my New Mexico quilt, so many of you have, it's absolutely wonderful seeing that. That's made out of our beautiful cotton solids. They are fabulous to work with. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to show you what 1/2 meter looks like. While I do this, I want to answer Lynn's question. She says, morning, Stuart. Can you tell me if the True Cut rotary cutter can be adapted for a lefty, please? Absolutely, and it takes seconds. Right, there we go. That's 1/2 meter. So you get 1/2 meter of emerald, lining Christmas stockings, backing Christmas stockings, borders to your early bird maybe to make cushions, or nativity, advent calendars, that kind of thing. There's your 1/2 meter of natural seeded cotton. Love that. I mean, these colours, in one sense, they look Christmassy. In another sense, it's red fabric. So useful, so useful. And then there's your 1/2 meter of just classic red. Oh, oh, oh. I thought we were getting a really clever effect then. There's your 3/2 meters. All I can see now is the Italian flag. I'm so sorry. That was Hannah. It is lovely. And what a bargain, though. What an absolute bargain. $9.99. It's brilliant. Morning, all. The $9.99 red, green and white bundle could be used to make a big watermelon applique. I know it's Christmas, but my eyes saw fruit. Tara, I love you. I think that's absolutely brilliant. And you're right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then you could use maybe black buttons to put the seeds in the watermelon, couldn't you? Oh, that'd make a really fun, big floor cushion. Tara, you're a genius. Well done. I love that idea. 1/4 of the stock's gone already. If you want your bundle of your classic Buongiorno Italian colours, then this is the time to go for it. Morning, Stuart. Love Christmas fabrics. The gold organza would make lovely stars on the natural cotton. Oh, yes. Yes. That's a great idea, Patricia. And actually, that natural seeded cotton is the perfect foil because it's that sort of country with that little bit of glitz, which just makes the whole thing just a bit, I don't know, a bit classier. It's just something about you're a bit Scandi, a bit country. I love that. And then add a bit of maybe rough twine as well to hang the decorations. And that's just a perfect combination. Hot glue gun, some little mini pine cones on. We're away. Let's craft for Christmas. Let's do it. Brill. Right. Lots and lots of you going for that. Keep going through, won't you? Okay, this is lovely. This is lovely. Not strictly a Christmas collection, but I see the connection. You've got lovely doves. This is a Macawa linen texture. And then we've got another Lewis and Irene. That's actually very beautiful. That's from Under the Sea, isn't it? But that's really lovely. I think that's gorgeous, actually. I think that's gorgeous. And actually, if you just add, go on. Wow, okay, lovely price crash there, under £20, 1.5 meters of Lewis and Irene and Macawa, beautiful quality. Now, I was just going to say, if you added just a little pop of red, gorgeous, just a little pop of red if you want, or it could be a little pop of our solid red. You know, if you got the last bundle, just that little bit, maybe a little bit of the natural seeded cotton. Goodness me, I've got quite a big project there now. Gorgeous, love that. This colour's beautiful, isn't it? I love that sort of more marine green for Christmas with red or orange. It looks absolutely beautiful. I've got fewer than 20. Okay, I've got fewer than 20. So if you want to go for that, this one, I wouldn't say, it is kind of a duck egg. It is a sort of duck egg blue. Yeah, I would say that is. My duck's eggs are white, but they're huge. They're huge. And they're rich and they're lovely for baking. And scrambled egg, you know, but they taste different. Sorry, I'm back onto food. Beg your pardon. Oh, Maria's definitely not coming to festival on her birthday because she says I wouldn't get any cake. You would. I'd get you cake, Maria. Oh, see now, well, no, do you know, you say that, Hannah. Hannah said, oh, no, everyone will come to you wanting cake. I am so lucky during Festival of Quilts, and I'm not saying this to prompt anyone to bring me cake, but people always, my lovely friend Celia always brings me shortbread. Celia, if you're watching, please don't let this be the year you stop. I'm joking. I'm joking. No, it's lovely. It's so lovely. I get little sweeties and biscuits and things like that. It's so lovely. And it's just actually the most wonderful thing is seeing old friends and new and catching up. It's kind of like an annual get-together, isn't it? I love it. Right. Yes, I'm more Lewis and Irene. Trees in a Bottle Green. So this is 1/2 metre of Lewis and Irene Christmassy fabric. This is absolutely beautiful. Look at that. The scale is fabulous. You've also got, stop it, Hannah, that's an amazing deal. Look, you've got that bottle green under £10. 1/2 metre of each. Do you know what I want to make with this? And it's because you said this was bottle green. I want to make bottle bags. Can you imagine? Look, there's your bottle bag, basically. There's your bottle bag. This at the bottom, this at the top, little handle. Fab. Just makes it look a bit more special, doesn't it? When you take a bottle and you can whip these up really quickly. Just the front and the back. Box the bottom. Probably a 2-inch square cut out to box the bottom. So it's quite a big boxed bottom. And then little handles at the top. Take no time at all. Don't line it. Just zigzag or overlock the edges. Gorgeous. Under £10. Now, just be aware, I've got really quite limited stocks of this. 4 more have just gone. 5 more have just gone. So you will need to be quick with your checkout on this if you want it. You get 1/2 metre of your metallic Lewis and Irene Christmas fabric, and you get 1/2 metre of our bottle cotton solid. Brilliant, brilliant combo. Really looks good together. If you've got the Lurex fat quarter, make a little bow to go on the top of your bottle bag. Or gift bags. Oh gosh, 9 left. Do check out your baskets, won't you? Wow, there's loads of little treats. It's like Halloween, but there's no tricks. It's all treats. Now, I've got another bundle. Perfect combo again. It's the cream version of the Lewis and Irene. Love this design. That is beautiful. With 1/2 metre of bottle. Absolutely yummy. Crashing the price again to under £10. Just be aware on this one, I haven't even got teens. I haven't even got teens of this. So if you want this combo, do you know what? I think this combo and this combo, that's all my gift bags made. Large and small. I've said this before, I'm useless at wrapping presents, but I can sew. So make your gift bags, tissue paper, in the back, present in, Done. And it's reusable. Single figures left, 7 left. 2 left. 2, wow, that was a big jump. That was a big jump. 1 left, and it's gone. All right, well done if you got that. Solid bundle, absolutely brilliant bargain. If you are making gift bags, if you're making things like placemats, coasters, and you want something to border back bind. You've got green, you've got red, that's emerald, red, and then you've got 1/2 metre of natural seeded cotton. Fab. £9.99. £9.99 for that. Absolutely brill. I think this is an absolute, no-brainer. I love that phrase, where I don't have to think about it. It's like, yeah, absolutely, obviously. I don't have to think about it, because seeded natural cotton I can use in just about anything and everything I've ever made. This gorgeous pop of red, it's such an obvious one for Christmas. And don't ever think, oh, do I want to go the obvious? Because actually, that gorgeous pop of proper pure red is just gorgeous. And then that green is just so vital, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Lovely bargain. Now, I've got some fleeces. This is lovely, actually, because for things like actually really quick wintry accessories like hats, like beanie hats, mittens, scarves. And what's lovely about fleece as well is you can snip into it to create fringing. It doesn't unravel, so you can actually leave raw edges and actually embrace the raw edge. So if you're making a hat and you wanted to make it in like triangular panels, you could actually sew the seams on the outside. Let's do this gorgeous deep wine red first. It's anti-pill, it's wine, it's £2.99, 1/2 metre. And I just want to show you that is 1/2 metre. Look at that. Now, I'm just going to mock this up for a second. Oh, snuggly. Snuggly. That is lovely. And I'm thinking as well, like snoods as well. Or, like a muff that you can put your hands into. You could also do things like hot water bottle covers in this as well. You could do a wrap, a shawl, a throw. Also, there's another thing you can do where I'll have to think about it. I'll come back to you. I think it's with an L shape, like 1, 2, that you sew together so it makes this kind of shape that you can then wear as over your shoulder, that kind of thing. At £2.99, 1/2 metre, my goodness, you can have a play, can't you? You can have a play, nothing ventured. You can also use this to back a lovely snuggly quilt. Very nice. That's the wine. 1/4 of the stock's in baskets already. I've also got this gorgeous sort of forest green. Lots of this is checked out. Again, just as a lovely kind of, lovely kind of. Ollie, our director, said, "Oh, Jedi." It's like, okay, that was from the side. Lovely, though. Gorgeous colour. Really soft anti-pill fleece as well. Gorgeous, that. Gorgeous. £2.99, 1/2 metre. Right, let's do a book. Love the look of this. It's called Wreaths, 22 Festive Creations to Make. Okay, brand new. £9.99. I've never had this on air before. £9.99 for 22 projects. Oh, I'm already loving it. I'm already loving it. Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. Do you know, I'm already thinking ahead to the Toffdow, which is coming up next. Imagine making that and then one of the birds actually sitting in the wreath, and you could change it out each day because there's 12. Wouldn't that be fun? See, there's loads and loads of ways that you can sort of cross-pollinate your crafts. Thank you, Stuart, for all your wonderful ideas. So inspiring. Love from Hazel. Ah, thanks, Hazel. Some of them are a bit left field sometimes, but thank you. See, that's really pretty. Look at that. Cones and acorns. Beautiful. Lots of them using natural materials. Oh, this is beautiful. I can't believe this is £9.99. We've never had it on before. Real traditional Christmas using baubles, tartan ribbon, gilded feathers. Oh, nice. Look, this is using mussel shells. Wow. So I'm thinking first we have moule marinière for lunch, glass of crisp white wine, maybe some crusty French bread, lots of parsley. Then clean up all the mussel shells, put them through the dishwasher in a bag, then make the wreath. Sounds like a party. Are you in, Kerry? Let's do it. Oh, moule marinière, come on. I think this is an absolutely cracking book. That is beautiful. And 22 different ideas. And actually, lots of ideas that you could pull and use in other ways too. Imagine using elements of this to create maybe like a candle wreath or mat for an electric candle. Very big on electric candles in my house. For having them where you can't or really shouldn't put a lit candle. You can leave them. They're great. Oh, absolutely. Hello. That's amazing. Pearl profusion. See, that's gorgeous. Golden baubles. Nautical. Oh, Kerry. It's a bit of me, that. Is that a bit of you as well? Getting very excited about the next hour. Toft Christmas. Got a bit more fabric to go through. Let's do holly and ivy. Yep. Is this the holly and ivy? No, that's not. Oh, sorry. Just that fabric. Yep. This is a Lewis and Irene. It's only £6.99 a half metre. That's fab. Why is it £6.99? It's normally £7.99. Anyway. Well, yeah, absolutely. Again, great for all sorts of Christmas projects. Lovely scale. That should be really nice for a dress or a skirt for Christmas Day, or a shirt. Yeah. Gorgeous. Take advantage. £6.99 for designer fabric. Absolutely lovely. Can't have Christmas without gnomes. A bit of gnomage. There they are. Super cute. Love that almost sort of periwinkle background. It's cheery, isn't it? And I tell you what, just for fun, not £7.49, £6.99 a half metre. How lovely is that? We've only got 7 metres left though, so 14 units. Very cute. Tom Tens. Next one, absolute sort of classic image of Christmas, I think. The red truck with the Christmas tree in the back. £6.99 again. This is poppy cotton. Trucks and trees on cream. Oh, my mates have actually got that truck. And they do go and collect their Christmas tree in the back of it. Beautiful. Got that same design. Oh, only 5 metres of that. Well, this is cute. This is pretty. With the pink. We're taking out the graphics before it sells out just so we can get through as many as we can. All right, so have a look. Keep checking out. That's really pretty. Love that. Right, let's have a real amazing value fabric, this. Ending 2.8. This is lovely. Gold and silver overprinting. £4.99 a half metre. I told you it was a good price. That's lovely. So this is morning, Stuart. Sorry I'm late. Fell asleep. Now just had a bath in your honour. Ah, hardly late to the party. It's not even 9 o'clock. Don't worry. Lovely. Next one up. Oh, actually, I've got that one in green. Let's do that one in green. £4.99 again. Again, you know, placemats, napkin rings, napkins, bottle bags. John Loudon, 100% cotton, absolutely brilliant. Christmas stockings. Then I've got this one right here. Gold overprinting. This is Rose and Hubble. Lovely quality. £6.99 a half metre. Snowflakes and stars. Oh, really? Let's do it. £4.99 a half metre. This wasn't supposed to be dropping. £4.99. You'll get in trouble, Hannah. Go on then. Stop it. £4.49. You're on a roll now. Let's do the sewing machine. No, I'm joking. Oh, I try my best for you. I really do. This is lovely. This is lovely. Yeah, really like that. Look at that lovely bit of sparkle. Should be £6.99. What are we going to, Hannah? £4.49 a half metre. Amazing. £4.49 a half metre. This is the time to get you Christmas fabrics, isn't it? Sort of out of season, if you like, when you can get a really good deal. Last one. You've got to do it now, Hannah. £4.99. Well, that's fine. £4.99 is great. No, really? Okay, fair enough. £4.49. Merry Christmas. Right, have a look on the website, won't you, for things that have already played and things that are yet to come. It's Christmas past and Christmas future. Now, talking of future, after the break, Kerry Lord is here with Toft Christmas. I've got beautiful crochet. I've even got a little bit of knitting. Can't wait. See you after this. I am so excited to launch the brand new Brother Innovis 1100 sewing machine on Sewing Street this Friday. What a fantastic machine. Computerized, 140 stitches, 5 different font styles. You've also got 10 automatic one-step buttonholes and the most incredible foot package. But that's not half of it. You've got a knee lift, an extension table. You've also got a special quilter's package with a walking foot, a darning or free motion quilting foot, a 1/4 inch piecing foot, even a handy hoop to guide your quilting. It's an amazing machine. I can't wait to show it you this Friday here on Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now, I was just saying, you know, there are worse people to share the screen with than Father Christmas, and absolutely my guest for this hour, Kerry Lord.
Yeah. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Really well, thank you.
Absolutely wonderful to finally
Have a
get
show
to do
together. I know,
with
I was
you.
thinking that it's the first one, yeah. We were working that out actually. It's
Yep.
about 9 months, yeah, that I've been
And
doing
we've
Sewing
worked
Street now.
alongside each other in various locations
Yeah.
for years. This is the first time I've actually got to share the screen with
Yeah,
you,
it
so
is.
very welcome.
Yeah.
And wonderful to have Toft back, because Toft and Christmas projects are like strawberries and cream. Absolutely fantastic. We've got so many wonderful projects for you this hour and the next. And here's some really special news. For an extra Christmas goodie, every single person who shops Toft in this hour or our next hour at 11 o'clock is going to get a free copy of the Toft magazine, and which is an amazing deal because you get 5 knit projects and 5 crochet projects in that magazine for free. Kerry, this is
For free.
fab. Let's have a
Yeah,
look at
it's
my
really
flip.
about getting everybody, I guess at this time of year, to start knitting and crocheting, because we all know that if you are a crafter, now's the time. Don't wait till November or December. It's time to get on that. So even though it's a magazine, which we produced in winter 21, it's obviously the designs are totally classic and timeless.
For sure. Oh, lovely.
So you've got a mixture of skill levels. We always make sure there's some stuff for beginners. So say with the jumper that we've just looked at, that would be a really easy knit pattern for someone to do as a first project. So there's 5 crochet, 5 knit, a mixture of techniques and skill levels in there,
love
just to keep you
that.
busy. Yeah, it's lovely. It's really
Love
lovely, that.
that. Completely free with anybody who shops Toft today, which is amazing. Thank you so much for that. It's an early Christmas present.
It is, and just a little bit of inspiration, I guess, a little bit more about us. It's just a great thing that we'll be packing into every order.
Very cute. That's like me if you wake me up halfway through the night. I beg your pardon. Oh, absolutely wonderful. And speaking as a knitter and somebody who tries to crochet, I really appreciate the fact that there's 5 knit projects in this. It's absolutely gorgeous. Everybody who shops Toft today is going to get a copy of Now, almost certainly, I'm over it.
So we'll go over here. There we go.
Keep coming. Everybody who shops Toff today will almost certainly get this magazine, but if these run out...
Yep, there'll be another copy. So if we happen to take that many orders, that we go through our stock of that, because they are discontinued. It's not that we reprint them, so it's your last chance to get those ones.
Yep.
And then you'll get another magazine. It'll just be a different issue.
Brilliant. Now, as if Father Christmas and Mrs. Claus weren't stars enough, we have another sort of star of the show, which is the most amazing bundle. It's the 12 Birds of Christmas, and there is a partridge in a pear tree. That's the last time I'll sing, Kerry, I promise.
Yeah.
After that withering
I look forward to it. Let's do it for the whole thing. Yeah.
Look at this. You get all of the yarn, and we are talking the most sumptuous quality Toft yarn for everything to make all 12 Birds of Christmas. Okay, absolute beautiful quality yarn. You're working with the best here. You're also getting the book, A Partridge in a Pear Tree, the 12 Birds of Christmas, for free, included with your yarn pack. And we're going to drop the price. Kerry, wow. Amazing. £250 for the full collection. You're saving over £20. You're also getting that free book. Absolutely, that's included there in that reduction. Absolutely fantastic. These are so much fun.
It is, and this really was a project for me that I've always loved. Well, I've always known that song, but you don't ever, weirdly you sing it, but you don't ever really think about what it is. And obviously when you start to then think about it, most of them were birds. So some of them are obviously very obvious, like 7 swans are swimming, 6 geese are laying.
Yep.
Then with some of them, I had to decide to do some more research, and them take on a bit more of a symbolic edge. But each of the birds represents one of those days of
Made
Christmas.
to milking?
Is the cattle egret, which is this one here.
Oh, that's so clever.
Yeah, so the cattle egret is a bird that's associated with cows. They often live symbiotically with them, so that's why maids of milking, I chose the cattle egret.
Oh, I want to ask them all now.
Yeah, so that's
5
the fun
gold
bit.
rings.
5 gold rings. I went for the pheasant, and that's because the pheasant's obviously known for that gold colour in their foliage that goes around that, and a brace of pheasants as well. So 5 gold rings. Yeah.
Oh, I think that's really, really clever. I love
So it's
that.
a really fun project. For anyone that does crochet, they're not going to take you very long at all, really, to actually put together. So don't think it's a project that you won't get finished by Christmas. The kind of pace that you'll have to set for yourself is about 3 a month, which is absolutely, doable in that time. Yeah. They're in different skill levels. So even if you're not a crocheter, the French hen, which is this one just sitting one in here, she is a level 1. So she would be a really easy one that you could start with. And then basically you'll skill up across the 12, introducing new things like colour changing, a little bit of different techniques, and you'll be a very accomplished crocheter by the end of the project.
I love that. You'll grow as you complete the 12 birds.
Yep.
I love that. Hair envy, complete hair envy. Gosh, when I was about 9, I really wanted hair like that. Don't ask. I didn't get it. Now, can we talk about yarn? Because that's at the heart of what you do.
Yeah. Absolutely. So the yarn came first, and that's the unusual thing about my story, is the fact that I wasn't a knitter and I wasn't a crocheter. I actually created yarn before I learnt to then do those things. So the yarn came first. It's all about the yarn. It's British quality, British spun, and it's the softest yarn that you can make as a pure wool. And that's because we use it for everything. So it isn't just for making 3D toys or ornaments like we're looking at today in terms of Christmas. Obviously, like the magazine you've just saw, you use exactly the same yarn, whether you're knitting scarves, garments, a whole range of different things. We spin it in 4 weights, but on the show what we're looking at today is principally our double knit weight, which is what's included in the bundle, and then the larger projects are done in our Aran weight as well.
Perfect. So for 12 Birds of Christmas, 3mm hook.
3mm hook, you get all the double knit yarn included, and it is an absolutely huge bundle. You are going to have quite a lot of yarn left over. So because you've got to obviously get that full range of different colours, you'll be able to make all 12, and you'll easily be able to squeeze a few more birds out of there with all of your leftover yarn as well.
There is a lot of yarn there.
Yeah, it's the range of the different colours that are used that means that you have to get quite a lot of different balls in there in order to make all of them.
Beautiful. I love the fact that there are so many gorgeous neutrals and natural colours in there as well. Absolutely love that. But those gorgeous pops, those oranges, reds, those greens, and that beautiful green there.
Yeah, like really Christmassy colours. Like when you look at it like that, obviously I wasn't going to just choose like parrots or different birds of the world to represent the birds of Christmas. I want to make sure that it will look great as part of your Christmas display. I know that people love to make them and say line them upon a mantelpiece or arrange them in a triangle, maybe even have their own little tree. A lot of people have a little small tabletop tree just for your 12 birds of Christmas to sit in when you've made them.
Love that. Are they all British birds?
They're not all British birds. I struggle to get them all out of British birds, but a lot of them are British birds.
That's gorgeous. Absolutely love that. You get so much yarn in this bundle. Your 100-gram balls, okay, those are the
large
big
ones,
balls, the larger ones. You get 2 cream, 2 charcoal, 1 camel, and 1 chestnut. And then your 25-gram balls, you get 6 oatmeal, 3 stone, 3 shale, 2 silver, 1 fudge, 1 steel, 2 ruby, 2 orange, 2 yellow, and 1 green, 2 black. That is a lot. I was not keeping count.
Yeah,
That's
it is an absolutely huge bundle of yarn.
It's
so it
huge.
gives you all the right colours to be able to make all 12 in whatever order you obviously choose to make them in. You get the whole book included. And what I haven't even mentioned actually is the book does have all the step-by-steps in. So it's not that it presumes that you can crochet. Every single technique, right the way down to how to hold your hook, how to hold your yarn, that's all covered in the book.
So if you're a complete beginner, dive in, go for it. I'm lucky enough, Kerry, that some friends of mine have crocheted me Toft bears.
Oh, yeah, nice.
And they are, well, they're like no other, and the yarn is absolutely stunning. If you've never worked with it before, it's a different story to yarns you may have used in the past. It is so soft, it is so beautiful quality, pleasure to work with, and just a joy to actually have the finished item as well. They are so much fun. You can get split pay on this bundle, by the way, interest free. You don't need to spend the full $250 today, $83.33 to get it home. By next month, when you have already made your first 2 or 3 birds of Christmas, you'll feel a seasoned crocheter, and then your next payment will come out.
Yeah, and
great way to do it.
The other thing to actually mention is the patterns are universal in terms of their size, and we'll come on to this when we talk about the Santa and Mrs. Claus later. So once you've got the book and you use this yarn to make your collection, you can use any yarn in any thickness to obviously make them over and over again. And the thicker the yarn you use, the bigger they become. The thinner the yarn you use, the smaller they are.
That's awesome. Simple as that. Katie's asked a question. She says, good morning. What is the yarn made from, please?
So it is a pure wool. So it's a pure wool. It's actually a Falklands merino wool and a very, very fine Falklands merino, which is why it feels so good. What Toft is really famous for, though, is our colour range. So it all started with the natural colours, and our colours aren't flat dyed. So rather than spinning tons and tons and tons and tons of cream yarn and then dyeing that yarn once it's spun to the colour that we need it to be, we actually fibre dye all of our colours.
Oh,
so it's a much, much bigger, longer process to get that done. But it means that our colours have true depth right the way through them. And that's why our naturals are quite unique. So when you look at our greys aren't dyed to a flat shade of grey. We actually dye dark fibre and then we reblend it with the light fibres to get the colours that we want them to be. So it makes them much more natural, truly natural looking, like the birds would originally be.
I was going to say, actually, Kerry, to my eye, a lot of the neutrals actually look like they're from different breeds of sheep, which are naturally that colour.
Yeah.
You've managed to achieve
that.
Yeah,
absolutely. And that's because originally that is how we did it, until we obviously reached a scale where that wasn't possible. So now we absolutely replicate that process.
And there's such a buzz about Falkland yarn as well, isn't there? It is absolutely the sort of Rolls Royce of yarn. Beautiful, renowned for its softness. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Wow. That's the bundle of all 12 Birds of Christmas. You get the book for free, you're making a saving, and you get all of the yarn to make all 12 birds. But also, as Kerry says, you're also going to have some extra left over, so you'll be able to make more. And, of course, you get your Toft Quarterly magazine for free with every order. Now, we also have the book on its own.
We do, yep. So if you're someone that just wants to get the book on its own, we can flick through the book too, so you can see all the different projects inside.
Yes, please.
So it's a nice small book. Actually, as far as mine go, this one feels quite little because it's this nice little square format. Obviously, very much inspired by Christmas, so I've brought that theme right the way through it. So that's all 12, if you're going to ever want to arrange them like that. And just to do the whole series while they've got them sitting in one place. So this would be Drummers Drumming, which is a woodpecker. Pipers Piping, which is a sandpiper.
Love it.
Lords are Leaping, which is a heron, and that's because herons jump in the air before they take off. And so it was about the movement that the bird has when it leaps in the air. Then the cormorant is Ladies Dancing, and that's because the cormorant's dance is a big mating ritual, so it took on that one. Then the cattle egret, which is the maids are milking that I mentioned before. And then we hit the more obvious ones that you'll know. So 7 swans are swimming, 6 geese are laying, 5 gold rings is the pheasant, 4 calling birds, which is the blackbird, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and then Felix, the red-legged partridge in a pear tree at the bottom.
Who looks so festive.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a good Christmas, I think. He has, Felix.
Definitely. Who's that?
That's me, I know.
There you are.
I did. Yeah, this one was created it's published in 2020, yeah. So it will obviously give you all of your ingredients. So if you're not going for the bundle, it also breaks down everything that you would need to make all of them, as well as each individual one if you just want to make a few of them. So it goes right the way through your material requirements. Just to clarify, it is British crochet terms, so it's your British DC that you're using throughout. It's just that one stitch.
Yep.
That's what's exciting. It's just one stitch that you've got to master to be able to make them all. Then we go from the very beginning. So you've always got how to tie knots, how to count the stitches. The other thing worth mentioning is there is videos for all of this too. So if you're not somebody who enjoys reading the words and following the step-by-steps, there are videos available for every single one of these abbreviations and techniques. Right the way down to sewing up. So there is obviously, again, instruction for sewing up, but there's videos of sewing them up as well. Now, each one has a name, and it actually has a bit of a festive story attached to it as well.
I love that.
There's a little bit of fun there as well as you're making them to keep you entertained.
Well, it's a coffee table book as well as a practical guide and pattern book, isn't it?
I do, and I think it's a really just nice Christmas kind of stocking filler for someone that might be craft interested to get going with crochet. So for each project, you get a kind of Christmas shot lifestyle-wise, and then you get a good side shot as well as a back shot. So you've got all the references that you need on how to sew them up and where to put the various pieces.
Realm.
And then really you just move through the book with each one in order.
Beatrice,
Yeah, so
there she
Beatrice is our
is.
turtle dove.
Now, I hadn't looked in the book when I said, wouldn't these be fun to sit inside wreaths? But
Yeah.
it's exactly what you've done.
So it really is. They are ornaments in your home.
Yeah,
In terms of they will become part of your Christmas collection that you put away and get out every year. So that's
I don't know
that
why I
French
felt the
hen.
need to do that voice. Ruth.
She's a lovely one. I really like Ruth. And again, really easy.
Well,
Looks
look,
hard,
character.
but this hairstyle, that's just chain stitches that you put on at the end. So really easy.
I'm seeing transferable skills here because
Yeah.
I'm right next to Mrs. Claus, and look, her hair is the same stitch.
Absolutely.
As
So it really isn't many techniques. Like across all of my patterns, I don't use a technique for the sake of using a technique. If I can keep it simple, I'll try and keep it as simple as possible for you. So you've got the same techniques going across all of it.
Love, Lydia. And you were saying earlier on that in terms of making larger or smaller versions, it's just about the weight of the yarn and the hook.
Yes, absolutely. So these ones, the ones you've seen on the set, that's using a double knit yarn and a 3mm hook. All you'd need to make them about twice as big would be an Aran yarn and a 5mm hook. If you're someone with great eyesight and patience and you want to go smaller, you can again use a 4-ply and a 2mm hook, and they'd be half the size again. So they're a great ornament size. But once you've got the patterns, you can choose which ones you want to make. I love the heron. There's something about the heron that I think it secretly is one of my favourite birds in the whole collection, I think, that heron. So then we're on to Nina.
Love Nina.
And then on to one of my faves, actually, again, a really nice Christmassy one and lovely and geometric, is John the Woodpecker
John.
at the end for the drummer's drumming.
Do the names come from people you know?
This is actually my granddad, is John.
Ah.
So, yeah, sometimes they are people that I know. And again, I'll then try and write the story about that person. But others aren't necessarily people that I know. They are just really good characters. So sometimes the stories come first and then they get their name. Other times, a person will put in a request and they'll become one. So, yeah.
Really beautiful. I mean, the quality of that book is outstanding. The photography, just the whole way everything's been dressed and laid out. It's absolutely beautiful, super quality. Quality counts, doesn't it? And we share the same publisher.
We
so
do,
I
yeah.
know how much hard work goes into these books and how much love and care as well, not just from you, obviously, and your team, but also from the team at Pavilion.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. What a beautiful buy. $14.99 for the book. It's absolutely brilliant. Of course, you don't have to make these birds for Christmas. There's also, I know somebody who would absolutely love the pheasant.
Yeah.
I know somebody, I would love the goose, for example.
Absolutely, and they're not very festive like that. So it means that if you make one of them, they can sit on your shelf all year round.
Yeah,
it's
of
not
course
got
they
to be
could.
something that you can put away. And they're being 12, what a lot of people do, if you want to get organised for next year, is they do one a month throughout a year to then prepare it ready for going in for Christmas. So it means that if you are a new crocheter, you've got a few months to kind of get to grips with the basics, and then you could say, right, in 2025, I'm going to do one bird every month and then tick them off as I go
Love
through.
that, love that. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And very sort of portable as well. The size of it means that you can pop it in your bag with your yarn and your hook. It's another great thing about crochet,
It is,
isn't
'cause
it?
that is all you need.
Yeah, that's
to
your
make all
equipment.
12 of the birds of Christmas. That's it. That's all you need. Yeah.
Yep, 3mm hook and absolutely brilliant. Yeah, your beautiful yarn, away you go. Lots and lots of these in baskets, do check out. Don't forget, you buy the book, you also get your Toft quarterly, 5 knit patterns, 5 crochet patterns for free, included. Absolutely brilliant. And that cover price is £10.
It's £10, yeah, it is. Yeah.
£10, free gift. Wow. Awesome. Awesome. Loads of those books going into baskets. Would you just give us one more flick, please?
Yep. So did
So
I get to the
lovely.
very end? That's all I was going to check. I think I did. Yes, I did. John is at the very end. Just checking myself there for a second to make sure I didn't miss anything. So that's seeing the whole collection together. And I think that's how a lot of people want to display them ultimately once you've crocheted your way through, is to put them as a whole collection
I think
in
when,
your home.
when you see them all ended up, now, when I look back at that first bundle that we had with all of the yarn to make all 12, and I can see now why there's so much yarn in that bundle, because there's a lot.
Yeah, there are a lot of different makes, and a lot of them
Amazing.
have a lot of the colours in, and that's why it always makes sense to go for a bundle when you want to do a project like this. Because if you were going to buy the individual kit for, say, the pheasant, because he's got 7 colours in, you'd actually spend up £50
Wow.
just on the pheasant kit, because you would need to buy a full 25-gram ball of all the different colours. So buying
Makes
a bundle, if you think you're going to want to make more than 1 or 2, is absolutely the best value way of doing it, because it means that all the colours are shared. If you think that these ones just have that tiny touch of yellow in like that, having that one ball of yellow will then run right the way across all
Yeah.
of these, rather than having to go for lots and lots of it.
You're absolutely right. It does make sense to make that bundle. We've got it in the side graphic. You're making a saving. You're also getting the book for free. Absolutely fantastic. It's working out at just over £20 per bird. And as you said, Kerry, if you sourced the yarn to make one bird, you could be spending upwards of £50.
Yeah, well, here's another example, actually. The Felix is one that's got... it's got shale, camel, ruby, cream, charcoal and chestnut in. So you'd need to buy 6 individual balls of yarn to get all the colours. Whereas when I've put it into a bundle for you, it means that when, say, with this one, you're just doing a couple of stitches here in the cream to get that lovely contrasting turtle, kind of turtleneck, you won't need to buy a whole ball of cream. You'll be sharing it with another project.
I'm obsessed with
Yeah, I
Rune.
know, which is a good one, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. It's so fun. Really fun. Peter the Blackbird.
Obviously an absolute classic, but the Blackbird as well. So it's a really nice
Really?
pattern to have. And
Yeah, that looks like me. That also looks like me. I love Margot the Swan. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. I love all of your books, Kerry. They're just delightful.
I certainly have a lot of fun with them myself. So I will confess, I haven't quite got the 12 Birds of Christmas. I think I'm on about 10. So this will be the year for me, that, as in my personal collection. Yeah, I know. I think I've got about 10. I always get distracted with everything else that I've got to make around Christmas time. So yeah, a couple more for me to complete, and then I'll have the full collection for myself this year.
But
as well.
again, you know, there's no rule. You don't have to do them all in one year. You don't have.
No,
you could
absolutely
do one
not.
a
You could do
year.
one a year, yeah, and know that it's a project that will gradually build up. What also happens for me is I have them and then I end up giving them away to people, and then you have to make another one. But at least you can. That's what's quite nice. Is, you can have your set, and you know you could gift one to somebody if they became really fond of John. And then you can make another one and replace it. Yeah.
What's not to love?
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful book. Loads of them in baskets. Do please check out where you are. Keep updating you on stock. But we've got an absolute pile of them in baskets right now. And if everyone decides to check out all at once, that's when our stock can plummet without warning. I don't want anybody to miss out on this beautiful book. And now's the time to get crocheting ready for Christmas, including as well, of course, that free magazine worth £10 included with your order. Now, I'm obsessed with the snowman, Kerry.
He's a little cutie.
So beautiful and absolutely flying out. Tell me about the snowman.
So he's probably going to fall off, I'll warn you, when I grab the kit, but I just want to show you what is a kit. So when you see a Toff kit that comes in a box, so rather than everything else that you're going to see on the show, that's a bundle effectively, and that means it'll come in a tote bag with your yarn and your pattern, but what you won't get is everything else included. You'd need to add your hooks and your stuffing. However, with a boxed Toff kit, you absolutely get absolutely everything inside. So this is what you're going to be making, which is your little snowman. Obviously, everything is also removable, so he can get dressed and then undressed as well. So you'll get your 3 balls of yarn, which is your orange. And again, there's that classic example of all you're going to need to make your snowman in orange is his nose. So you'll be able to use that yarn for loads of other projects as well.
Amazing.
You get your ball of cream. You obviously get your ball of hyacinth, which is for those hats and the boots. You could even decide, you see, to make him a second hat and boots in orange.
Love
so he
that.
could swap his outfits if you wanted to. That's all your black threads for doing your buttons and your eyes. And then you get your 3mm hook included. You also get your wool needle, which I can't quite show you because it's stuck on the inside for you to find. So that's your metal wool needle for your sewing up, safely secured there. And then you actually get your stuffing as well.
Oh, you get everything.
So it's a brilliant, brilliant
I
gift.
think that's
Yeah,
fantastic.
nothing extra to find. Absolutely everything is inside the box.
And I was just, you saw me there sort of mercilessly squishing that ball of yarn because I do want you to know how beautiful the yarn is. And it is worth using beautiful quality yarn, isn't it?
It is.
Precious things.
Especially with crochet as well. So the thing that makes a big difference, a lot of the time, what I hear people say when they've tried this style of crochet before, where you're just using the double crochet stitch and you're going round in a non-stop spiral, that's the way that they're made, is they're 3D, you're going round in a non-stop spiral, is that they find it hard to keep it tight so that you're not seeing the stuffing through the stitches. Now, a lot of the time, that's because those people have been working in a cotton or an acrylic, which is a flat spun thing that has no bounce to it. So the way that our yarn is spun, specifically for this reason, is with tons of elasticity and stretching given it. And that means that when you're working the stitches themselves, you don't have to do the hard work to pull that tight and keep that tension tight. The yarn actually does that for you. So when you work the stitch, it goes under tension. After you've finished it, it relaxes and it fills in the holes. And that means that the projects themselves are also soft and floppy. A lot of the time when you touch or pick up this style of crochet, amigurumi crochet, it's often stiff to the touch. It hasn't got movement to it, it's hard. This is not like that. I use very little stuffing. It's a soft, supple yarn. That means that you just want to touch everything. Like, it's really, really tactile. This is a brilliant one. I mean, my daughter has so many of these snowmen that she has various different outfits for them. She likes to dress them up repeatedly. In fact, I think hers sleeps in a sock as well. Like, it goes in a little sock to sleep at night. So it's a really fun one, a great one to put at the top of a child's stocking if you are thinking of making them for children.
Kerry, I'm thinking if you're going for the big bundle to make the 12 birds and you've got this, making hats and boots in all different colours.
Yes, and honestly, you'll have so much leftover yarn from that a little project, having this pattern where it's only going to take you 20 grams probably of your cream and of your hyacinth, you'll be able to make so many different snowmen. Yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely loads in baskets. This is a great beginner project. If you've never crocheted
This is a
before.
brilliant beginner project.
Perfect.
So the hat's going to teach you a new technique because you're going to do some front post, back post. But again, there are videos for all of that. So you will tackle, probably this is all very, very, very basic crochet, just your DC.
the actual
it's
body.
only the hat that's going to push you a little bit further, but that's quite nice in a kit because it means you'll have mastered all the basics when you've done that, and then you'll be able to go on
the hat last.
doing your hat last.
Yeah. And are there any videos?
For everything, yeah.
Amazing.
Videos for all of the techniques, right the way down from how to read your pattern. So it even covers when you get this out and you think, oh, where do I begin? There's even
This
videos
is
for that.
why people buy Toft. These are all the reasons why people buy Toft. I love the snowman with the hats and boots. Karen says, I know, so cute.
He's a cutie, he is.
Absolutely gorgeous. Another message. Hi, Kerry and Stuart. I've just completed my first Toft project, the sunflower. Thank you for encouraging me to learn crochet in my 70s. Wendy, you rock star.
That's
Well,
amazing, honestly, and so nice to hear. There's obviously such a variety of different projects now. That must have just been the sunflower that spoke to you and you said, that's it, I'm going to, it's
You
time.
find the project, you learn the skill.
Yeah, amazing.
Well done, Wendy. We're super proud. That's brilliant. Another message. Good morning, Stuart and Kerry. I've been a knitter for many years and recently learned to crochet. I am so excited to see all the Toft Christmas goodies. That's from Ivan in Lancashire.
Welcome to the dark side.
Absolutely brilliant. Can we just go through again what you get? So a box kit is different to other kinds of bundles.
Yep, so if you ever see a Toft kit that's in a box, it means you will get absolutely everything you need included. So your actual box itself, this is your pattern. So this is totally removable, this bit here, you can take that out. There's also abbreviations card on the back of there that breaks all the abbreviations down for you as well. Another thing that I very rarely get the chance to mention, but I will since I've got this right here on the nice camera, is the box itself is actually your tension gauge. So this here
That's clever.
is the Toft double knit yarn, which is what you'd always get included in one of these boxes in your double knit stitch.
To
So it
scale.
means that if you ever need a reference to scale of your tension or just check that your stitch is looking like mine, then you've got it on the outside of the box as well. Then what you've got inside your box is your stuffing at the bottom. And this is far too much stuffing, I'll be honest. You can probably get 3 snowmen out of that. But at least you've got plenty for other projects in there as well. You get your metal wool needle. So that's a steel wool needle that's always just stuck on the inside there for safety so it doesn't pop out of the box. So that's just sewing up needle for the end.
You got that forever.
Then you've got your 3mm hook, and these we haven't even mentioned really. It's not a standard 3mm hook, it is a soft grip 3mm hook. This is a great tool,
that.
not just for being comfortable when you're actually working the stitches, but what you need this for is when you're making something like a snowman like this, you're going to just put stuffing in the end of that hand bit there. And so what you do is when you crochet this in one long skinny piece, you push the stuffing into the end with your handle. So it's actually a really good tool for doing your stuffing as well as working the actual stitches.
It's really clever.
So you get that inside. Then you've got your black threads. That's for doing his buttons and obviously sewing on his eyes. So you'll have lengths of black in there as well. And then your 3 balls of yarn. So a
That
full
colour
25 grams, of the hyacinth. So we introduced pastels last year, and it's a really kind of vintage pastel blue. Obviously your cream, which is for his body, and then also the orange, and you're only going to be using probably a metre for this little nose, but that means that you've got all that orange. You could even make him an extra set of boots and hats, or maybe a scarf.
Scarf would be
Yeah,
really
scarf would be
cute.
a very
Yeah.
nice addition as well. Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. You know, I love the fact that so much thought, so much time, and love, more importantly, is put into everything that Toft do. It's absolutely beautiful. And you know, I always say, whether you're beginner, intermediate, advanced, you must always, always use quality, because you've got to enjoy every process. And you're only going to do that if you're working with quality materials, a quality pattern, quality tools.
It makes your life so much easier. Like I think the very traditional skinny little crochet hooks that are just a small metal handle, if someone hands one to me, they're often shocked. Like say we're in a workshop and someone says, can you just show me this stitch? And I get their hook from them and I can't do it. Often I'm like, I'm so sorry, I've made that look really hard. And it's just because it's harder to hold something that's that small in your hand.
Let me get you a different hook.
Yeah, I have to be like, I'm just going to go and get my own hook and rejoin you. Yeah.
I love that. Absolutely gorgeous. I think you've fallen in love with the snowman too. Absolutely gorgeous. Don't forget as well, you're spending £30 on this absolutely complete kit, everything you need, but you're also getting a £10 magazine as well, included for free. Do you want to crochet a snowman? I do.
Yeah, and this is a great one for scaling up and down. Where we mentioned before with that scale thing, go chunky with this pattern. Because it's a quick make, there's not many stitches in it, use a really, really thick yarn with this pattern and you'll be able to make big snowmen quite quickly. So a great one for then getting hold of the pattern and using different thicknesses of yarn for Christmas gifts.
That's a gorgeous idea. I love that. Sue, you have read my mind. She says, hi, Stuart and Kerry. I can see a row of snowmen as bunting with different coloured hats, so smiling.
Oh, that would look so lovely. Even with them holding hands, with them, with them all together would look amazing.
Beautiful. Now, we need to let you know, when everyone's checked out their baskets, over half the stock of the snowman has gone. So again, it's one of those situations where the minute everyone decides to check out their baskets, and often something happens, we mention something, or it's a particular time, and everyone thinks, oh, I better check out my basket. That's when the stock can drop through the floor. So please don't get caught out like that. Check out your basket now and make sure you get your snowman home. And this one won't melt.
No. Lasts forever.
Now, in the next hour, I just want to tease you with this gorgeous gingerbread man. This is also a boxed kit.
It's also a boxed kit, so they're a lovely little pair together.
Absolutely gorgeous. Love the candy cane. Gorgeous. Over half of the gingerbread men have gone.
Wow.
So that's what I'm talking about. Check out your baskets. Right. Let's do the big Santa.
The main event himself. So here he is. I know. So he really is a big project. Not that it necessarily means a lot of stitches or much complexity, but when you finish it, it's a real centerpiece to your Christmas collection. And that's because this is using a yarn twice as thick as the one that we've been talking about so far. So this is using our Toft Aran yarn, and that's why you're going to get so much yarn included in this kit, is because it's obviously to really scale him up to a totally different level. So it's a 5mm hook that you'll be using to do this project.
Oh, beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? That's going to come out year after year after year. It's when you do, I love it at Christmas when you're doing the decorating, and it's like there's special moments when that one ornament comes out, or that
so much. Like, I absolutely love it. That process of getting your handmade Christmas decorations out is the best. I love it. The kids love it. It's all the feeling that you had attached to that when you made it as well for that Christmas that you did. It's honestly, I love that time of year. I itch to get my Christmas decorations out nice and early.
When people talk about the spirit of Christmas, for me, it's in those things. It's in, it's like getting everyone around to stir the mixture for the Christmas cake and make a wish. It's a bit of silliness, but that's what's joyful for me, and getting out those things that I've made each year. Now, you get so much beautiful, and it's all premium quality Toft yarn, all that beautiful blend. Is this also the Falklands
Yes, it's also
Merino?
Falklands Merino, yeah. It's all the
Absolutely
same,
gorgeous.
regardless of the weight that we've spun it into, it's all the same quality.
You get 300 grams of oatmeal. Oh my goodness, that's a lot.
So that's because Santa is naked under here. So if I'm going to move him so you can actually get another good look at him. So
you're not going to undress Santa,
just a little bit, not
just a little.
totally. So basically, I've got him on a doll stand, just so you can see how he stood up like that. So he's just standing on a doll stand, but it's a really good one designed to also sit down. So it's brilliant for putting on, say, a chair or a shelf. It's all weighted, so he basically puts his hands on his knees like that, and he'll sit up in your house wherever you want to put him. But what you're going to enjoy doing, and I have actually sewn his coat on so that no one can do this to poor Santa, is the reason why you've got all the oatmeal yarn is because you actually crochet him naked first. So what's quite nice as a project, I think, if you're going to be somebody that does it in little bits now and again but aims for Christmas as your deadline, is you can gradually get him dressed. So you can crochet the whole of Naked Santa first and do his beard.
And have him on display?
Oh, yeah, on display. I'd recommend putting his beard on first.
Please tell me there's also a pattern added in for a fig leaf.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
While
there will be in
There will be,
future.
yeah. But then you can basically make his trousers and put his trousers on and then gradually do all the bits and pieces to get him dressed. It does also mean they're obviously fully removable. So if you're somebody that didn't want him to be Santa all year long,
Okay.
you could make him a different set of clothes and he could stay out on your shelf all year round and he's just Santa at Christmas and he gets dressed up in a different costume
I like
for the rest of the year.
that. I like that. Absolutely brilliant. So you get 300 grams of oatmeal, 200 grams of cream. Again, that's a lot of yarn.
It's a lot of yarn, yeah, it is.
300 grams, of ruby. That's for his beautiful red coat, trousers and hat. Yeah. 100 grams of charcoal.
Yep.
And then you also get black thread to do facial features.
To do facial features. So you're getting 800 grams of yarn total, so nearly a kilo. It is a lot of yarn within the project. And if you feel, well, you'll feel it. If you feel how heavy he is,
Wow.
that's
yeah,
why.
Yeah,
He
absolutely.
is a, yeah.
Gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And also, I'm still thinking about him being naked underneath all of this. My goodness. You also, of course, get your pattern as well. You get a tote bag?
Yeah, you get a tote bag. So we haven't even mentioned that, and I have got one here so you can see it. Here you go. So when your kit arrives, this is what it will actually look like. So you've got a built-in project bag so you can keep it all there and safe. What's also great for a project like this is you can store Santa once you've made him in that, put him away for Christmas and get him back out again. So you'll always know that your Santa has got a nice place to sleep for the summer before he comes out again in the winter.
These are very, very special projects and they will become beloved in your family, won't they? Almost sort of iconic,
Yeah.
you know, Mum's Father Christmas that she crochets. Absolutely gorgeous. Or Dad's. Now, something that we've added here on Sewing Street is split pay. So you can not only spread the making, but you can also spread the cost. So split pay works like this. When you come to check out, you just choose the split pay option and that's it, you're done. You'll get Santa home for £55. Next month, an extra £55, the month after your last payment. You're also going to get a free copy of the Toft magazine as well included with your purchase. That's worth £10. And that's how split pay works. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to undergo credit checks. You don't have to pay any interest either. You don't have to pay to be part of a club that allows you to access split pay. It's open to anybody that wants it. Can we talk about
this beard?
Santa's beard?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, if I have a moment, I'll just show you how easy
Yes,
it is.
please.
So-
Can I sit Santa
Yeah.
there for a moment?
So if you're going to sit him there, I might just borrow Mrs. Claus and I'll put an example of a beard on there. So what I got out there that you just saw, that's actually Mrs. Claus's ingredients in the same size. With Santa, you actually get a whole extra ball of the ruby in there. And so that's how much yarn it is. It really is a phenomenal amount of yarn that you're going to get home to start this project in the Aran. So it's a 5mm hook that you're going to need for this size. Again, that's your only tool though, and a couple of bags of stuffing. But when it comes to doing the beard, so I'm just going to do a little bit of Santa's beard on Mrs. Claus here so you can see the theory of it. So when you're doing Mrs. Claus's hair, all you're going to be doing is you put your hook in where you're going to be adding on a piece of hair. You chain. So the basic stitch of crochet is to do a chain, and then all you do is you turn and you slip stitch back down that chain like that. So you go into the next V along, and again there are videos for all of this, and you just slip stitch in like that. So that's how you would make Mrs. Claus's straight hair, is the fact that you're chaining out and you're going straight back down. Now to make Santa's beard...
Kerry, I've got to interrupt for a second. I could do that.
Yes, that really is it. That's all there is to
And
doing
I
the hair on
really
Mrs.
am
Claus.
in crochet kindergarten, but I can do that.
And you can see that you can now suddenly see
Brilliant.
that that's the way that that's done.
Brilliant.
So all of that, what you're doing is you're chaining, and then you chain the lengths, you plait them, and you pull them together at the back. That's how Mrs. Claus's hair's done.
Right.
Now, Santa's beard, same thing, you chain to begin with, and then all you're going to be doing that's different is you're going to go back down the chain, but this time you're going to double crochet. So this is the one stitch you've got to master for everything in the show, but the only stitch is the double crochet. You go in the stitch, yarn over, and bring that back through to the point where you've got 2 loops on your crochet hook like that, and then you yarn over again and you come through those 2 loops in one motion. That really is it. Now, to create that curly beard, what we're going to do is do 2 of those into each stitch. So we go on to the next one along that's there, and you just do 2 of them in there. So 1 and 2, and that is all it is. So because you've chained out with less stitches than you're going to be working back with, what it does is it naturally curls up on its own and creates those lovely ringlets.
So clever.
And that
creates the ringlets.
Yeah, and that creates the ringlets.
So clever.
So it's not difficult techniques at all with doing this, Santa. You see how instantly it curls?
Yep.
So you're going to be crocheting in, as I said, naked, and then you work these ringlets on top wherever you want to put them. That also means if you want your Santa to have a different hairstyle or haircut to reflect someone you might know, you can customise all that bit in at
Really
this stage.
clever.
Yeah.
Could you do Mrs. Claus with curly hair?
You absolutely. So yeah, you could do Mrs. Claus with curly hair if you wanted to. So take that principle of Santa's beard, and you'll just be able to put the ringlets on her instead of the straight hair.
I
Equally,
also
Santa
absolutely
could have
love
straight,
the fact that you don't have to make these and then sew them on. So I'm looking at this from the perspective of, as a knitter, which is what you would probably have
Yeah.
to do. You're actually crocheting them.
Yeah, so a lot of the time, the finishing detail, I will crochet directly into the doll so that you're not having to do a lot of sewing up. So when you've made your doll, the body and the head is one piece that you stuff. So that's one big piece where
Right.
you've put all the shaping in. And one thing that you'll love about the dolls is they do have these ears. Again, that's all done with shaping. It's not a piece that you sew on at the end at all. It's done with shaping. Then you're going to make your 2 separate legs, and then you're going to make your arms, and they're the only pieces that you'll actually be sewing on. But the great thing is you're only stuffing the bottom, so the arms, the hand, should I say. You're not actually stuffing the arm. This has got no stuffing in whatsoever. And that makes it so much easier to sew into place because you're never messing around trying to sew a 3D object onto another one.
Right.
It's a flat, closed thing that you close off that you just sew on. So the sewing it really is easy peasy. And again, there are videos for all of that too.
Over the years, you
Yeah.
really have refined the doll making process, haven't you? You've
Yeah.
done a lot of different patterns.
Yeah.
And you've just made the process so successful for everyone, desirable, and created this look that's just become so recognisable now. Now, the graphics are for Mrs. Claus. Just love that hair.
She's sassy.
This is a good hair day. Amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Different amount of yarn, different price too. £129 for Mrs. Claus. And absolutely beautiful. Still got your split pays. Interest-free, £64.50 to get Mrs. Claus home. And again, you know, this is not masses of extra stitches or masses of extra rows, because presumably as well, once you've got the pattern,
Oh,
could
yeah.
you use the DK to make one that was half the
Absolutely, and that is
size?
this size that we've got
Oh,
in front of
oh,
me.
amazing.
So these 2 here in front of me are exactly the same pattern as the big ones we're looking at now. This is just working in our DK yarn rather than our Aran. Yeah.
Gotcha. Isn't that clever? And you don't have to alter the number of rows?
No,
or...
you don't have to do any maths at all,
Wow.
and that's what makes it really nice. Like once you've got this pattern in your collection,
Yeah.
you might want to make the big one for you, but you know what's going to happen is somebody's going to say, "Oh, do you think you could make me one?"
Yeah, I'll make you a little one.
You've got the pattern then that you can decide to make it over and over again as many times as you're feeling generous for.
It would almost take the same amount of time to make
Yeah.
this as
Oh yeah, absolutely
Yeah.
the same amount of time. Yeah,
Wild.
there's no more time or
Wild.
less time between them. It's exactly the same quantity of stitches. Yeah.
Wow. I'm just going to hold up Mrs. Claus. Gosh, because grading garments is a nightmare.
Yeah, there's no grading with this. It's just thick yarn. It's like a
Absolutely
cheat.
brilliant.
Yeah.
There is Mrs. Claus. I'm going to give her front and centre. How cool is she? Absolutely beautiful. And I love all the detail as well. You know, it's kind of 360. So wherever you sort of sit here, and just poseable, gorgeous. Just full of character. Now, these are Aran weight yarns.
Yes.
What size hook are we going to use?
A 5mm, which was what I just demoed on. So the stitches that I just did for you there, that was me using an Aran and a 5mm hook. So it's a nice big size. It means your stitches are nice and big. They'll be nice and easy to see. So that's a 5mm.
So you don't get the hook included, so it's worth getting a hook. They are beautiful quality, feel great in your hands as well, for £3.
And we only do 3 hook sizes, really. So if you are someone sitting there and you think you're going to get into Toft, these are the 3 sizes that you need. 3s, 5s and 8s. Basically, everything's done on that. So that's your full toolkit there.
So there's the 5mm hook. That's for doing Aran weight this size. £3 for the 5mm crochet hook. We'll just go through them now. We'll do 3mm next. That's for when you're working with DK yarn. You actually, if you're buying the snowman kit, remember, or the gingerbread man later, you get that included. But if you want it on its own, £3 for that. If you're going for the big bundle, actually, of the 12 Birds of Christmas or the book, grab yourself a hook as well. The thing is, Kerry, I do have multiple repeats of my hooks and my needles because I put them down. I need.
Yeah,
them.
I do.
So even if you've got a 3mm hook, it's
3
worth
mils,
getting one.
you can never have too many 3 mils, in my opinion. I've got to have them in every single bag that I have, just in case.
And then the other size that Toff do are 8mm, and that's for working with chunky yarn.
Yes, it is. So we haven't got any chunky on this show or the next show, actually. But yeah, that's if you ever want to scale something right up. So you could make a Santa and Mrs. Claus twice as big as this again by using a chunky yarn or by holding 2 strands of Aran together. Okay. So another weird thing about Toft yarn, but a very exciting thing about Toft yarn, is they all double up. So if you hold 2 strands of our fine yarn together, and crochet with them side by side or knit with them, then it would be a double knit weight. Do it the same with a double knit, it becomes an Aran, and do the same with the Aran, it becomes a chunky. So it means that you can also interchangeably use those yarn weights as well.
Or blend your colours.
Yes.
Yummy. Toy filling. Beautiful quality toy filling. How many would I need if I was making the large Santa or the large Mrs. Claus?
2. You'd need 2 to do those. Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is your bag. And if you were doing something like the 12 Birds of Christmas?
I'd get 3. That's what I was just thinking. I'd get 3. If you were going to do the full Birds of Christmas bundle, get 3. You can never have too much stuffing. There's nothing more frustrating than when you've actually done all the hard work on the crochet and you're at the finish line and then you run out. It's a high loft polyester stuffing. It means it won't be lumpy when you touch it or anything like that. It does make a big difference, the quality of stuffing that you use.
And you get it in that calico bag. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely fab. Love it. You also, of course, remember, get your free gift with any Toff purchase. So you might be buying a bag of toy stuffing, Toff toy stuffing. You will get a copy of the Toff magazine with 5 knitting projects in it and 5 crochet projects. For spending £6, you get a £10 free gift.
Yep, absolutely.
It's rocking my world. Now, I have a duo of Santa and Mrs. Claus in the DK weight yarn. Now, I need this in my life.
Yeah.
Because I do have a collection of Santa Claus that I've made over the years. And I'm always looking to expand the family.
Yeah.
Split pay. 2 split pays on this. 0 interest, 0 forms, 0 everything, you know, £59 to get it home. And you make both Santa and Mrs. Claus.
Yep.
That's cool.
Also with a lot of yarn left over, and that's just because you're going to get 200 grams of the oatmeal and 200 grams of the cream, so you've got plenty of yarn going on there. So that means that you'll be able to use that yarn for other things. So realistically, you've got enough probably for another 2 snowmen, actually, in reality. Yeah, in terms of spare cream, you'll have enough for more snowmen there to use that up. So this is what you're going to get there, is you will get your 5 balls of your ruby, 200 grams each of the oatmeal and the cream, and then you will also get your charcoal for their boots. And so it's going to make both the double knit size ones.
I think this is absolutely beautiful. I know you shouldn't have favourites. It's the fact that you get them both together. And also as well, the size is gorgeous. I could just imagine them sitting together on my mantelpiece every Christmas, holding hands, or maybe sitting back to back. You know, not because they've had an argument, but just because, you know, sometimes
chilling.
you do that, don't you? Just
absolutely.
chill. You sit and read a book in the park together.
And I've got them on dole stands again here, so they're obviously standing up, but they all sit up in the same way. So if I take that off, so I just show you, it's not that they need to go on a dole stand at all. As with all of my animals and birds, they're all designed so that they're weighted to the bottom. So it means that if you want to sit it up on a shelf, you don't even need to lean it back on a wall. They'll all sit up and self-support like that.
It's really cute. Would I have enough yarn to crochet an extra Santa hat?
Yes.
So Mrs. Claus
could have a matching
Santa
hat. Yes, she absolutely could, yeah.
Because I would like to do that too. Wendy's just said, I mean, I think some of us were thinking it too, Wendy. Kerry, Mrs. Claus needs underwear.
I know she does. Funny enough, a lot of people have said that over time. You would have enough cream to do her some pants if you wanted to. So when you start her body, you'll have enough leftover cream. Just do your first, say, about 15 rounds in cream before you swap to your skin tone and she'll have pants. Yeah, done. Santa, you could do the same on him if you wanted to, and you could just do the bits at the top of his legs in cream again, because you're going to have plenty of cream. So if you wanted to put some boxer shorts on him, you could do exactly the same thing. Do the first 15 rounds of his body in the cream before you swap to the colour tone, and then on his legs, do the top few rounds in cream, and you'll have some boxer shorts if you want to reserve.
And I think then we can all relax.
Yes, you can all relax like that.
Love it. And of course, you could do curly hair on Mrs. Claus.
Yeah.
You could do straight hair on Santa. You can really mix them.
Yeah, you really can mix and match. And if you're someone that's got Toft yarn or you've gone for a bundle, so you've got yarn left over from other projects, obviously you can customise the dolls to be like people you know if you want to. And that's the lovely thing about the dolls is I've left the hair so it's all customisable because you work it on afterwards. It's not that it's mathematically in the pattern. And so that means that you could even make a small version of yourself or your parent or something like that then is them dressed up as Mrs.
It's really lovely, isn't it? The opportunities to personalise. You can get those little doll glasses,
oh,
can't you, as well?
Absolutely, yeah, to add some glasses on, yeah.
Absolutely adorable. This is where those Christmas traditions begin, aren't they? By making something beautiful, something quality, something that will last. And not just, you know, for now, but for generations. Yeah. The kind of thing that people keep that have real sentimental value. And for me, though, that is the joy of Christmas, when those little makes come out and you reminisce and you remember. I just love that. And the mantelpiece isn't complete. Yeah, just lovely. Lots and lots of these in baskets. We're okay stock-wise, but I do want you to check out, because it's a busy one for Mr. and Mrs. Claus. Remember, you don't have to choose. You're getting both. You're getting all the yarn that you need to make this size version of Santa and Mrs. Claus. You will have yarn left over, so you can make pants for both Mrs. Claus and Santa Claus. And I think that's probably something that I would do. And you've also got enough to make Mrs. Claus a hat. Presumably as well, if you wanted to, you could make this little collar to go on Santa's.
Yeah, you could. I mean, once you've got them and you've got all the component parts, you really could have a good play with the way that they are. So there's nothing stopping Santa having Mrs. Claus's hair. The only thing that is different about these two doll patterns is the fact that you work a beard on this one and then you work a hair on this one, but you can absolutely play with that and customise them however you want them to be.
It's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. And remember as well, the clothes are separate, so you could potentially crochet other clothes and keep them out all year round.
You absolutely could, yeah. So you could dress them up in different clothes if you wanted to keep them on display.
Maureen's asking a question which is actually going through my mind at the moment, because as I say, I am in crochet kindergarten. She says, would a novice be able to make these?
Yes, absolutely. And the reason why is the actual body, the legs and the arms are beginner. And the other difference is, do you see how these hands, they haven't got fingers on? You've got two options within your pattern. These ones are a beginner level hand where you've not got fingers and thumbs. I do actually do another doll pattern that's advanced that has the fingers and the thumbs in as well. So you can opt in to go there. By the time you've made your body parts in terms of doing your arms, your legs and your body, you'll be absolutely comfortable with that double crochet stitch and what you're doing with it. So then by the time you move on to the slightly more demanding pieces like the clothing, because obviously you're going backwards and forwards, you've mastered that stitch enough that then you feel confident to do the rest of it. And the other thing to remember is that means that your beginner pieces are going underneath the clothes in the end anyway. So it means that actually the bits where you're not feeling as confident, where you might think your stitches are a bit messier than they become over the length of the project, they're going underneath the clothes, so you won't see them anyway.
I think that's a very smart point to make. Yeah, something you can build up. You build up your skills as you make. And also something which is, you know, not going to take you a very long time, so you're going to learn and perfect those skills really quite quickly. Yeah. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, the pair of them. Lots and lots of these in baskets. Really beautiful, fabulous quality yarn. beautiful quality pattern. You're also, of course, remember, you've got video tutorials
For
for making
absolutely everything. Yeah, you've got video tutorials that covers all of the techniques, so you're not on your own. You might get bored of me saying yarn over and double crochet stitch quite a lot, but it really is a great way
It's
to
very
learn.
reassuring for a beginner, I think that.
I learnt from video.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't forget split pay. 2 split pays available on this purchase, which means that rather than the full £118 going out today, what happens instead? You just choose split pay as you're checking out. You'll pay £59 today, plus your P&P if it's your only purchase of the day, and then you get it home. Next month, you take the second, it automatically just comes out. Don't forget as well, you'll also get your £10 value free Toft magazine, which is a beautiful thing in itself. 5 knitted projects, 5 crochet projects, all included for free with your order as well, which is a bonus. There is a queue on the phone line. Thank you for your patience. Remember, it is a phone line, a free phone line, UK based, so they will get to you really, really quickly. Thank you for your patience. Right, let's talk about the elf.
Right, so this is another boxed kit. So again, a complete kit, and this is really because Santa and Claus need an elf really to go with them. And again, this is a pattern that I must have made at least 30 or 40 times.
Serious?
Because it's
Wow.
such a good gift for people that if there's ever a new child in the family, or just one of those Christmas occasions that you get where you're seeing lots of different people, I've made the elf over and over and over again. It's a great pattern to just have in your library to be able to get out for last minute gifts. Because it's a complete kit, everything is included. So in this one, you're going to get cream, fudge, cocoa, green, and then all the other bits and pieces that you need. So your stuffing, you'll get your hook, you'll get your sewing up needle, and then of course you will get your pattern in there as well to complete one elf. Again with leftover yarn, that's because our balls obviously are set at 25 grams, so you will have leftover yarn that you could possibly even squeeze out extra clothes again in the same way. You'll definitely have tons of cream and cocoa left over, so you could even make an extra jumper for him, so he's got 2 different jumper
Love
colourways.
that. Well, and also as well, they're in proportion with the snowman and the gingerbread man.
Yeah.
So if you were going for 2 or 3 of these full kits, you can then start mixing the yarn that's left
Across
over
all of them,
across
yeah.
them.
And that's really key. So I don't ever mess around with our yarn weights or anything like that. It's a Toft double knit weight, and that means that across probably 2,000, I would say, patterns. It's all just the same weight of yarn.
Is that how many patterns?
Across all of them, yeah. Across all the collections of animals and birds and all the extra bits and pieces. And yeah, when we talk about proportion then, this is the same weight of yarn, a double knit weight of yarn, and then it's obviously a totally different pattern. This isn't that you're just using a thinner yarn or anything like that. There's far fewer stitches in this. So this is my standard doll pattern, which is a lot more, there's a lot more detail in it. You've got crocheted in ears and bits and pieces like that. Whereas this is my mini doll standard pattern. So proportionally they're designed for this to be an adult and this to be a child traditionally, so you can use them to make different scales, but obviously it works so well for the concept of Mrs. Claus, Santa Claus and elves at this time of year.
It's gorgeous. Yeah, they work really, really well together. Yeah. Oh, so lovely. So lovely. I feel utterly charmed by this last hour. Just gorgeous. I've fallen in love with everything. Don't forget that amazing big bundle of the 12 Birds of Christmas. Absolutely phenomenal collection. Will keep you busy right up to Christmas and beyond. Don't forget the large Mr. and Mrs. Claus as well. They're absolutely gorgeous. And that amazing value bundle of both together in the double knit version. Perfect for sitting on a shelf or on your mantelpiece. Absolutely delightful. Right, we're going to go to a break. Kerry, I'll see you in an hour.
See you in an hour.
More gorgeous Christmas. And after the break, I'm going to be launching the brand new Brother NV 1100 sewing machine. It is out of this world. It is the perfect machine for quilting, for dressmaking, for home decor. I'll see you after this.
I am so excited to launch the brand new Brother Innovis 1100 sewing machine on Sewing Street this Friday. What a fantastic machine. Computerized, 140 stitches, 5 different font styles. You've also got 10 automatic one-step buttonholes and the most incredible foot package. But that's not half of it. You've got a knee lift, an extension table. You've also got a special quilter's package with a walking foot, a darning or free motion quilting foot, a 1/4 inch piecing foot, even a handy hoop to guide your quilting. It's an amazing machine. I can't wait to show it you this Friday here on Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as a quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Wow, okay, so what an amazing machine to launch. What an amazing, I mean, I've been excited about launching this machine for the last month. I got to play on this machine a month ago, and my goodness me, it's incredible. I can't believe how much you get for the money. This is, you know, could be your forever sewing machine and absolutely fulfill all your wishes in one go. I mean, it's just beautiful. Let's start off with some basic information about it. It's the Brother NV1100 computerized sewing machine. It's absolutely phenomenal. I've got it here with the extension table already fitted. Look at the workspace that you have got. Enormous throat space to start with. So if you're quilting, if you're making large projects, if you're doing big home decor, bag making, you've got all this space, all this capacity to the right, but also this huge extension table that extends more than double that size from here to here. Absolutely fantastic. So you get your extension table included as well. It's a beautiful computerized sewing machine from Brother. You'll see that little hole at the front, down there. That's for your knee lift. Can you believe this? For under £1,000. You get your knee lift. You get 140 utility and decorative stitches. You also, on top of that, get 5 alphabets. You heard me right. You get 5 alphabets. And you can combine alphabet letters, obviously, to spell things out, labels, that sort of thing. But also, you can combine them with decorative stitches. So you can have decorative stitch and a word, decorative stitch and a word. Or, you know, kind of decorative stitch, your brand name or your website address, then a decorative stitch to finish off. So, I mean, I just love the possibilities there. Now, you've also got with your machine what's called My Custom Stitch, which is really easy to do to create your own stitches. Can you believe, within the machine? Can you believe that? Absolutely fabulous. It's not working on extra software. You don't need a computer. It's absolutely brilliant. Okay. So much. Okay, I've got loads more to tell you about the machine. Another really important thing, it's a little bit techie, but it's important and it's good stuff. And it's this. Let me just pop this, the J-foot off. Because I want to show you, this is the J-foot from a standard Brother, and actually this could be the J-foot from any standard machine, okay? This is the J-foot from the machine I'm working with now. I'm just going to turn them around so you can see. And can you see how much longer it is? This one. So you've got a longer J-foot, but also the feed dogs on the machine are longer than on a standard machine. So those teeth. So basically what that means is that the feed dogs, the longer feed dogs and the longer J-foot are holding your fabric steady and controlling your fabric for longer while you're stitching, which gives you a greater surface area, more control, better quality of stitching every single time. But there's more to it as well. Those feed dogs are not your standard elliptical feed dogs that work like this. So they're in contact and then they're not in contact, and then they're in contact and then they're not. This is a square feed system, which means it pops up, it's in contact, it's in contact, it's in contact, it drops down, and it's straight back up again. It's a totally different feed system, and it is a game changer. Combined with that longer J-foot and the longer feed dog, so you're getting better quality stitches every single time. So things like your top stitching, vastly improved. Your quilting, vastly improved. I'll pop that on in just a second. Now, you're also getting all of your sort of standard feet that you'd expect to get with your machine. So things like a button fitting foot, a buttonhole foot. Just want to mention while we're there are 10 automatic one-step buttonholes on your machine. They're here along the bottom. All right, you get 10 different automatic one-step buttonholes. You also get your button sewing function and also an eyelet function. So, I mean, absolutely fantastic for the dressmakers and the home decor makers out there as well. Look at all those beautiful decorative stitches, those heirloom stitches as well, stitches for patchwork and quilting, and then, as I say, 5 alphabets to play with. Now, as if all of that wasn't enough, don't forget My Custom Stitch to create your own stitches. You're also getting a quilting kit added in for free. And it is completely for free. And this is Sewing Street's gift to you, all right? This does not come as standard with the Brother NV 1100. You've got a £160 value included. And we're not talking about wild and wonderful, would I ever use this? That bundle is your extension table, your walking foot, your darning foot, your walking foot seam guide, your 1/4 inch patchwork foot, and your quilting grip. And that's this right here, okay, which has these little handles on. It has like a rubber gripper. And essentially what you do, if this is your quilt sandwich, this goes on top, and you can instantly, it grips onto the fabric, and you can move your quilt underneath. Whereas if you were trying to do this purely with hands, it's about pressure, it's about grip, it's about discomfort in your hands and wrists. Whereas with this whole surface is gripping, and essentially what you would do there is, you're going to have this here. So this is almost hooping the area that you're quilting for things like free motion quilting. Or it might be free motion applique, just like having extra pairs of hands, just helping you with the process. Now that combined with having your knee lift, which is also like a third hand, and you're getting an extra support while you're sewing. It's just a brilliant package. Now, I don't think I could have made this package any better if I tailored it myself. It's everything that's on my wish list. All of those utility stitches, 10 automatic buttonholes, 5 alphabet styles to play with, the ability to combine all those stitches, but also it's about that quilting package for me as well. The walking foot, darning foot, 1/4 inch piecing. You've got a 3-year warranty with this as well. That's with your standard domestic use. If you're going to use this for commercial sewing, then it becomes a 1-year warranty if you're using it for as a business. But I love the fact because, you know, sometimes it can mean that your warranty is invalid if you use it professionally. But with Brother, it's a 3-year extended warranty for domestic use, 1 year if it's commercial. Anyway, I can't wait to show you more of this machine. These are all the standard accessories that you get with the machine. And that's aside from that added quilted bundle. That added quilted bundle, for me, absolutely takes this stratospheric. It takes it way beyond. And I'm thrilled to bits that you get that package. Now, Dan's asked how wide do the fonts go to? And, oh, sorry, beg your pardon, Jan. It is 7 mil. They are 7 mil. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful machine. Oh, just getting set up. 10 kilograms in weight as well. So, that reminded me, lifting it and turning it. Right, I've got this twisted round. You're going to be able to see that, Ollie? Great. Oh, fantastic. Super. Now, you've got a wonderful clear LCD display. You can see I was having a little play around with some combining symbols. What's wonderful about that actually is if you're working on something, maybe doing something like a quilt label, and then you have to stop and you switch your machine off. When you switch your machine back on again, it goes back to that pattern and you can add to it, take away from it, or just stitch it out, whatever you wanted to do, which I think is super clever. Right, I'm going to pop the J-foot back on. And although I've already got this threaded up and ready to go, I thought I'd just show you a few of the absolute basics. Now, you do get, obviously, your accessory box that comes on your machine. I'll quickly show you that. It's a real chance, actually, to have a proper tour of this brand new machine. So there's your free arm. So obviously for things like dressmaking, bag making, that is super important. You can also drop your feed dogs. You've got your button round the back to drop your feed dogs. And then what's lovely about this machine is your accessory box has 2 compartments. So you've got the one at the front, which you would perhaps expect with lots of your feet in. You've also got a second one at the back, which frankly is crying out for sweeties, or it could be reels of thread or extra bobbins or something sewing related if you really must. But frankly, that is going to live at the side of me, I think, because the vast majority of the time I'm going to make use of the fact that I get a massive extension table included for free right now. Now, I just need to emphasise that's right now, because this quilting bundle isn't going to come as standard with the NV1100. It's been bundled for today for the launch. You're saving £160. This is where you're getting your walking foot, darning foot, 1/4 inch piecing foot free. Can I just let you know that 1/3 of the stock has gone? Please check out your baskets. I don't want you to miss out. Yesterday, we had the QT frame, and no one imagined that the stock that we had would all sell out in an hour, and it did, and there were twice as many of you that wanted it than we could. And today, we have a lot less of the NV1100. So just want to let you know. The price point's incredible. I don't want to start comparing this with other machines, but you can probably think of the machine I'm thinking that's about £200, £300 more than this, and is fairly equivalent in terms of knee lift, walking foot, darning foot included, things like that. I love the fact that you've got this. I love the fact that it's under £1,000. You've got your split pays, remember, under £200 to get this home. Absolutely brilliant. Christmas has come early. This is the time I'd be going for split pay, because to get this home for less than £200. Brilliant. Anyway, so let's just do a bobbin. I want to show you, super easy. So you get lots of bobbins included, but we do have extra bobbins if you want. Now, I'm going to pop the bobbin. So here's our bobbin winding, and it's the fast winding system. Okay, so your bobbin goes on there like that. I'm just going to take the thread out. So you've got your thread on your spool pin, and it's super easy. Everything's set out in pictures and numbers for you as well. Around the back, you literally just through that little tension dial and then wrap it around. So you don't have to start threading the thread through a hole. There's a little cutter here as well. We'll push it across, and then either you can press go or put your foot on the pedal and wind your bobbin. Always at full speed as well. And once it's full, it'll automatically stop. So fast and easy bobbin winding. Okay, again, just use the little thread cutter and you're ready to go. When you come to put your bobbin in, it's a top loading bobbin. You want your thread coming off the side so it looks like a letter P. So it's coming off the left-hand side. I always think P for perfect. And then just literally drop it in, take your thread through. There's another little cutter right here, and we are ready. You don't have to bring the bobbin thread up. Now, threading along the top, again, this couldn't be easier or quicker. So, bobbins on. You've got 3 different sizes of spool pin. Just make sure that the end of the spool pin is the same size or bigger than the reel of thread. And then we've got an advanced needle threader here. That's it. Blink and you miss it. Did you see that? Should I do it again? I'll do it again. So literally, it's through here, up and off the side, and that's it. It's the easiest needle threader I've ever used, I tell you. It's absolutely brilliant. I love it. I love it. Absolutely incredible opportunity today to get this machine home for under £200. And I've put loads on social media recently. I've recently changed my main machine in my studio to a Brother. Now, the last time I had a Brother was my very first computerized sewing machine, and I loved it then, but there were some key things that I wanted in a machine that Brother didn't offer at the time, things like a knee lift that I couldn't get, so I changed to a different brand. This is the first time back to Brother for me in the last maybe 8 months, and I have rediscovered my love of Brother, and I've been bowled over. Absolutely beautiful. Right, let's do a bit of stitching. So in terms of choosing your stitches, now you've got so many stitches here that we couldn't possibly do them all in just the numbers 0 to 9. So what you've got instead are groupings. So if you have a look on the front here, you have programmable utility stitches. So those ones that you use all the time, we can do them simply at a touch of a button. You've then got all your utility stitches. This is your straight stitches, your lightning stitches and zigzags for stretch fabrics. You've got your overlocking stitches as well there, and your 10 automatic one-step buttonholes. Next up, you've got decorative stitches, and I've currently got this on decorative, and I just want to show you that you've actually got 3 different lots of decorative stitches. You've got decorative 1, decorative 2, and decorative 3. That's how many there are. And then if you go down to alphabet, you've got 5 different alphabet styles. Back to the start. And this is where we can start playing with combining stitches. So I'm going to go back to utility, and let's just start off with a bit of straight stitching. So we'll go 0, 1, and again, I mentioned earlier on, you've got that longer J foot, And you've also got that longer square feed system, which means the fabric is held by the feed dogs for longer, which gives us greater control. Now, you absolutely have got a scissor function. So let's cut our thread, no scissors required, and just take a look at the precision on this. Oh, now then, where was my, oh, thank you. Look at the precision of that. I'm taking no credit. Over half the stock's gone. I'm taking no credit for that. Look how perfectly straight those stitches are. That is that square feed system. Otherwise, those stitches are just ever so slightly off as you go along. It happens. It's not you. It's the limitations of an elliptical feed system. Let's do a little more. Let's do a lightning stitch. I'm going to reach for my glasses. I've bitten the bullet. So look how big it makes my eyes. I'm going to take those off. I like that tidy organisation at the top of the machine. Very clean. Isn't it slick? Isn't it slick? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's very, very user-friendly. This is the kind of thing that, oh my goodness, if you were a lucky beginner and you wanted to start at the beginning of your sewing journey with the best machine you could possibly get for under £1,000, it would be this. If you wanted to buy a machine that was really complete, and I'm going to tell you something very exciting as well now. I'm going to make you wait. Look at that zigzag. That is beautiful. Do you know, these glasses do, I feel, give me a certain gravitas. Look at that beautiful zigzag. That's amazing. Okay, I just said I was going to tell you something exciting, and this is it. While I was researching the NV 1100, I discovered there's one extra foot which I think we need. So I spoke to our buyer, Paul, and we will be getting this foot in the next week to fortnight, okay? And it is the side cutter. What if I was to tell you that for £40, you could convert this machine into an overlocker? Or at the very least, kind of give you the function. Now, I know that lots of sewing machines have the over-edge stitching function. And this machine, the NV 1100, has got several where you can neaten the edge of the fabric. But the side cutter foot actually cuts the fabric while you are over-edge stitching it, effectively giving the same finish as an overlocker. The foot's available for this machine. Now, I don't think it would make sense to have put it in with the bundle. And to be honest with you, that I discovered it a bit too late to have it here on the show. But I just think that would be a brilliant added foot, and we're going to get that in. It's on order, and we'll have it in the next week to 2 weeks. So we'll have it on air very shortly. So if you're thinking, can I get even more value out of this machine? Well, for an extra £40, you can have the same function as an overlocker, and I think that's pretty phenomenal. But you are getting £160 worth of quilting accessories, including walking foot, darning foot. Let's do some more. Let's do, blanket stitch, 33. A quick message. I have a side cutter for my brother. It's great. That's from Denise. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I don't know why I haven't suggested getting them before. Absolutely brilliant. So let's do some blanket stitch. Now, when you get your machine home, I want you to take a piece of fabric like I've done, iron some medium weight interfacing on the back, and then I want you to try out the stitches that you're going to use most often. And while you're there and you're stitching them out, I want you to play with them a little bit. So, for example, I've just done probably 3 inches of the blanket stitch. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to make it narrower, okay, and I'm also going to make it shorter. And then I'm going to stitch out a little bit more, because I'm always on the lookout for my perfect settings, for when I'm doing things like invisible machine applique, or whether I want to do folk art style applique. And I'm just going to have a little play around with those different stitches and look at the difference. And this is by no means going from largest to smallest, but look how neat, look how precise. If you wanted to do, let me move that over. If you wanted to do what looked like a hand-sewn buttonhole, I've never seen such a neat, precise blanket stitch done at small scale. Absolutely beautiful. So, I mean, the basic stitches on this machine are beautiful, but let's just have a little look at combining and lettering and things like that while we're here. Okay, so the glasses are going back on, so I mean business. I did actually buy a little cord for them to go on, but I put it on and I was slack Alice, shut that door, and I thought, no, I'm not going there. All right, so I left them. I only brought them into work for the very first time yesterday, and of course I left them here because I could see when I left the building. So, I mean, why would I remember them? Anyway, so what I'm going to do, I've gone back to the main screen, and so first of all, I want to go decorative stitching. So I'm going to go to my decorative stitching icon and press that. Do I want to cancel the current pattern? Yes, I do, because I'm moving on. I'm going to go to the second lot of stitches, and I'm going to choose pattern 38. And that's going to set like my first repeat. Now that would be lovely anyway. Okay, but now I want to put, I'm going to put, well, let's put Stu. No, let's put Amy. Let's put Amy. So I'm going to go 0. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. Go back. Right, so I've got that. So now I need to go to alphabet. Beg your pardon. Alphabet. So I'm going to go 0, 1. So that's now set my A. So I've got one repeat of the decorative stitch. I've got my A. Now I need M. That's stitch number 13. Oops. There we go. So I've now got A, M. Now I need Y. That's stitch 25. Okay, and then I'm going to go back to my decorative stitching number 2, and I'm going to go back to stitch 38. Okay, so now I've got a little decorative motif, I've got Amy, and then I've got my decorative motif. So let's stitch that out. Oh, and I am actually going to just change my foot to the N foot. It would stitch out using the J, but let's do this properly, and we'll use the end foot, which is the monogramming or decorative stitch foot. It comes with your machine, of course, and let's stitch that out. So foot down on the pedal, and this is going to stitch one repeat. If you want to, you can stitch multiples, and if I was doing this on a project, I would draw myself a line using a friction pen just to line up with the edge of my foot to keep this straight. But obviously for demonstration purposes, I'm going to do that stitched out one full repeat. Now, if I take my foot off the pedal and then I put my foot back down on the pedal, it would stitch a second repeat easily enough. And here we go. Look, here is, oops, Amy. Isn't that cool? Now, remember, with your decorative stitches, with my custom stitch, you could actually create your own personalised logos. Also within your alphabets, you've got things like the @ symbol. So if you want to put your website, you've got hashtags. So if you want to put, you know, absolutely essential these days, isn't it? Right, so I think that's a really, really cool function. And just to show you, if you make a mistake or you want to change things, all you've got to do, you've got a back button here, and you just press that back button, and it will remove one at a time. It's like an undo button. Absolutely brilliant. Right, shall we do button and buttonhole? Yes. It's a standard. You've got to be able to do it well. It's that sort of finishing touch, isn't it, on a garment? Let's do the buttonhole first. So you've got your automatic one-step buttonhole foot. And what this also has in the back of it is a button guide. So it's a slidey. So choose your button. So this could be for a shirt, it could be for a dress, this could be for home decor, it could be that you're embellishing a quilt with buttons. I've used them for actually, instead of quilting, to actually do buttons, but you don't need the buttonhole for that, you just need to sew on buttons. I'll show you how to do that in a sec. So pop your button into the back of your foot and push it up until it holds the button still. And then you're going to attach this buttonhole foot to your machine. You'll see a little metal bar there. So that goes underneath the ankle and it just clicks down and it's now attached, okay? You've also got this little lever that pulls down and that sits behind. And if you forget to pull that down, your sewing machine will tell you to pull it down. So I love that. We're now going to choose our buttonhole. So we need to go back to utility stitches. And now there's lots to choose from. There's things like, you know, vertical or horizontal buttonholes. There's keyhole, there's outline, there's stretch buttonholes as well. I'm going to go for 62. So I've picked my buttonhole. My foot is telling the machine how big to make the buttonhole to accommodate that button. Clever, I know. And then I'm going to put my fabric underneath and drop it down, and we're ready to stitch. Here we go. And all you've got to do is let your machine do the work for you. As soon as it's stitched the buttonhole, completely effortless, it's going to lock the stitches and then click on the scissors and the threads are perfectly trimmed and there is our perfect buttonhole. And the quality is fabulous. Isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. It is such a beautiful machine. Now, when we come to sew on our buttons, we've got our button sewing foot as well. Mary's got in touch. She says, brilliant idea for embroidering names inside children's school clothes or elderly loved ones in care homes, so important, rather than using labels that fall off. Mary, I think that's a really well thought out message. Thank you. Yeah, you know, what's fabulous about this, if you're somebody that dips in and out of lots of crafts, this is perfect because it will do everything. If you're somebody that likes to make larger projects like quilts, home decor, larger dressmaking projects, you've got that size, you've got that depth of throat, you've got that huge stable extension table, which frankly is never coming off my machine unless I really have to. You've also got that knee lift. You've got that extra bundle of quilting goodies. Your walking foot. I mean, walking feet, what are they? £40 for a walking foot? Included. Darning foot included. That bundle, by the way, is not coming as standard with this machine. It's bundled today. It's £160 worth of freebies today. Okay, let's do a question. Hi Stuart, says Mandy in Cornwall. I've just bought this and now feel giddy and lightheaded, but also extremely excited. I'm giddy for you, Mandy. It's gorgeous. Will this work with the Cutie Breeze quilting frame? Oh, Mandy, I didn't want to mention this because I didn't want to tease something that you can't buy today. But yes, my first thought was, oh, all that throat space, so much range on the Cutie frame. Absolutely brilliant. And of course, you can drop your feed dogs and you've got your darning foot included in the package. You're not buying anything extra. So yes, yes, yes. Fabulous. Right, I just thought it would be quite good to sew a button on as well while we're at it. So let's attach the button fitting foot. So that goes on. Ooh. Love the innovation of the longer feed dogs and the longer J-foot. I haven't seen that anywhere else. I think that's absolutely fabulous. Let's just lift that and pop that on. Okay, so we're going to pick stitch number 70. All right, I'm going to check the width. smashing. Let me just do that one more time. There we go. And you can see it's locking the stitches at the end. I mean, blink and you miss it. But what you've also got, you've got that shank. You can actually disengage that shank. But I just want to show you, it's so cool, that I'll show you the shank in a second. But look, what it's done is it's sewn the button, and a lot of button sewing feet sew the button and it is literally flat to the fabric. But with this button sewing foot, it's got, I don't know if you can see this, but can you see it's got a little pin in the centre? Hang on, I'm going to turn it around. Can you see that little pin right in the dead centre? And the stitching back and forth actually goes over the top of that pin and creates a shank. So that means that when it comes off the button fitting foot, there's actually a little bit of space, because you need that to be able to get it through the buttonhole. So clever. Everything's been beautifully thought out in this machine. It is an absolute wonder of a machine for under £1,000. I'm so glad to have been able to show you this already. We've still got about 15 minutes on the show, and I've been able to show you all of this, basic utility stitches, the kind of varying widths and lengths, combining stitches, decorative and words, a buttonhole and a button. I also want to show you how easy it is to change the feet, and I'm talking in particular things like the walking foot and the darning foot, because I know that's always a little bit of a concern for some of you. Right, so let me grab the walking foot and the darning foot. Now, I just want to show you as well that the walking foot's a Brother branded walking foot. It's not a generic, it's a Brother branded walking foot, okay? £40 for that. Also, look at this. Look at all of the sturdiness, the work in that, absolutely brilliant. They're really good quality, amazing quality accessories. Let's put the walking foot on first. So you get a little screwdriver. All right, I'm going to turn my machine off. My top tip when you're changing things like the ankle is always to turn your machine off. You've got a little screw here at the side, okay, and lift that. That comes straight off, just that little screw there, ever so easy. And then it's kind of little, two things to do. You've got a little opening here at the side. That goes on the needle clamp, and then this goes above. All right? So I'm just going to take this behind, slide it on. You might need to open up that screw just a tiny bit. So that's now on. Okay. Make sure it's snug. And then wind that up with your fingers, and then just grab your screwdriver and then just tighten that screw. And you want it to be sort of slightly more than finger tight. It doesn't need to be so tight that you have to call in your, super strong neighbour to undo it for you. It's just as tight as your fingers will go, and then the tiniest bit more with the screwdriver. And that's it. The walking foot's on. Okay. So let's do a wee bit with a walking foot, just to show you that lovely smooth action. So I'll double my fabric up. I'm also going to grab a bit of denim in a second. Now, let's extend the stitch length a little bit like we were quilting. If it's in your basket, I want you to check out, because we're oversubscribed. That doesn't mean, oh, beg your pardon. That doesn't mean you can't get involved. But what it does mean is that we could suddenly sell out. That's the thing. We could suddenly sell out. Just checking that I've fitted this on properly. And this is that wonderful dual feeding now, top and bottom, for your quilting. This will also work with some of the decorative stitches, so you don't always have to use a straight stitch when you are quilting. And the other thing as well, of course, you get your quilting bar. So these actually fit. There's like a little hole and these slide through. I'll show you, wait a minute, I'll show you on. If I show you on the box, it's easier than me trying to, can you see here on the box? And that's the walking foot with that bar actually fitted through. And so what you can do then is you can mark one line, stitch it, and then you can position the bar so that it's resting on it, and then you can continue to stitch. And so you will have all of your lines equidistant and parallel with that first line. It's a super useful thing to have and works with your walking foot. So that's the walking foot. And I'm just going to take that off. So again, it's a really, really simple operation. It's just, oh, operation, that sounds wrong. Task. There we go, Dr. Stewart. Gosh, that is one of my nicknames at home, actually, Dr. Stewart. Yeah, because the reason why, because I used to teach anatomy and physiology, and a lot of teaching anatomy and physiology involves kind of what goes wrong and why. So I'm always getting family advice about, what's wrong with this? What does that look like? Is this infected? So there's your darling foot on. How easy was that? How easy was that? And you drop your feed dogs and away you go. Free motion quilting. Brilliant. Brilliant. Now, I should have done a little quilting side. Next time I do this machine, I'll make sure that I've got a little quilt sandwich, and we'll do some free motion quilting next time, but fab anyway. Right, let's put the main ankle and foot back on. But free motion is an option, and if you went for the cutie frame, this is going to work absolutely brilliantly with that. Oh my goodness, what a combination. Well, actually, what's amazing about that is that if you bought this and the cutie, you've spent under £2,000 for, you know, your own home long arm quilting system. But also, I mean, everything that the machine is. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Right, let's pop that back on. And we'll put the machine back on. Do remember to check out your baskets, won't you? I don't want you to miss out. And although this is sort of first time out, we've got way more in baskets than we've got available. The glasses are on. We're back in the zone. One of my favourite, let me find, where is it now? So many lovely, oh yes, that's what I was going to do. Thank you. No, I wanted to. It was like, what was I going to do? I've forgotten. Right, I've got some denim here. And I've got 2 layers, 4 layers, 8 layers. You could easily be doing this, couldn't you, in bag making? Yeah. I love to do what I would call a stress test. The stress test for me is sewing through multiple... That was a bit too easy, wasn't it, really? That was a bit too easy. Yeah. Am I pushing my luck too far? Because that would be 16 layers, which is a bit ridiculous. Let me see what I can do. Hang on. So, you wouldn't expect it to work, would we? Shall I? I'm going to be very gentle to start with. go. That's through 8 layers. That's through 16 layers. Look at the quality of stitching. That's 16 layers of chambray weight denim. That's a thick old layer. Wow, wow. But also, I'm gonna try sewing through just one layer as well, because actually it's just as important that it sews beautifully on a thin layer of fabric, isn't it? Because we might be sewing on something like crystal organza, or you know, you still want that control, you still want that precision. And remember as well, for those layers, I didn't put the walking foot on. It wasn't necessary. So if you're sewing with something like Bose Linar form, no need to start reaching for your walking foot. You know, that square, that advanced square feed, that longer J-foot is making a difference. And there's your beautiful straight stitch, front and back, on a single layer. So 16 layers, 1 layer, no difference. Absolutely, that's impressive. I'm very, very impressed with that. I hope you are too. Wow. I just want to recap the bundle that you're getting. It's a brand new machine for us here at Sewing Street. It's the Brother NV1100, a computerised Brother sewing machine with 140 utility and decorative stitches, 10 automatic one-step buttonholes, button sewing function, 5 styles of uppercase alphabet, also your numbers as well, of course, the ability to combine patterns and lettering as well. Tracy says, oh, go on. Oh, the extra fee. Oh, sorry. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. All those combinations that you can do as well, and My Custom Stitch, where you can build your own stitches. Now, you're also getting a knee lift, a hard case. I haven't even mentioned this. Look at the hard case. Absolutely fantastic. Your brilliant instruction manual. You get then your add-on, your extras, your £160 worth of extras, your large extension table, your quilting grip, your 1/4 inch patchwork foot, darning foot, walking foot, and that guide bar for working with your walking foot as well. It's an absolutely phenomenal package. It's a brand new launch today. We are oversubscribed for the machines we've got. And obviously remember that next week is a festival of quilts. None of the manufacturers will be sending out extras next week. We won't be able, if we sell out today, we won't be able to get this in again until after festival. This is an absolutely brilliant opportunity. And also the £160 worth of quilting goodies. And they're not things, it would be quite nice to have. They're essential in my view. You're only getting for the launch, as far as I'm aware. It's with this launch. So it doesn't come in the box. It's not as standard with the NV1100. So I don't want you to think, well, I'll just wait 6 months and then I'll buy it and I'll get all those freebies, because you probably won't. Fab. Now, when I say oversubscribed, that doesn't mean that you can't get involved, okay? It doesn't mean that everything's spoken for. It means that there are way more people with it in their baskets, but you could get on your computer now, tap the app, ring the call centre, and you can buy one right now. And then one will drop out of stock. And as soon as everyone does that, this is when people will miss out. Please remember, there is split pay available on this machine, £199.99 today to get the machine home. You will all be fully paid before Christmas, 1 P&P, £4.95, and get the machine home. Absolutely beautiful. It's 10 kilograms in weight. If you're paying for that to have it delivered yourself, I think it would cost more than £4.95. To be fair. I sent a little bundle of fat quarters to a friend the other day, and that cost me £9.80 to post. So it was almost worth more than the fabric. Gulp. Anyway, we have a question from, I think, Tracy. Yeah, this is from Tracy. She says, good morning, great show as always. Can you possibly repeat what you said about the new product coming that turns your machine into an overlocker? Thanks, Tracy. Yeah, of course, Tracy. Well, so what it does is it means it's a side cutter foot, and it will fit this Brother machine. It's not included, it's not part of a bundle, but we've ordered it in. It will be here in the next sort of fortnight, and it's called a side cutter foot. So it goes on your machine and it cuts the edge of the fabric off, so like an overlocker would, while you've got your machine set to an over-edge stitching pattern. So ordinarily, if you use the over-edge stitching pattern on an edge that you've already cut, it neatens the edge, but it doesn't cut it. So you don't get that quite as precise, as slick finish as an overlocker. But with the side cutter foot, it is cutting the fabric first, then stitching straight over, which effectively encapsulates the raw edges. So it is giving you as close to an overlocker as it's possible to get on a domestic sewing machine without an overlocker. And the price is going to be around £40 for that foot. This is a machine you really can grow with. Whatever your level of sewing currently, you really, really can grow with this. We're going to go to a break. Use that time to check out your baskets. Lots of you have. This is a wonderful deal. Go for it. Under £1,000. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, I'm going to be joined by Kerry Lord from Toft with more Crochet Christmas. Can't wait. See you after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Fantastic to have Kerry Lord back from Toft.
For another hour.
Oh,
Very nice.
Kerry.
Yeah.
And loads of different delights and a few of our favourites from the first hour. We are going to start. Now, we're here at Sewing Street, we're all very, very aware of your Advent birds because our Rebecca Reed, makes them, and we love watching her crocheting along. Now, for the first time, I think you've brought us the complete Advent.
Yeah, so
birds.
these are, I guess, 3 of my absolute favourites, made even more special by the addition of beads on them as well.
Amazing.
So they're true Christmas projects. They were obviously designed to be made over 24 days of Advent. There's loads of videos that break all of that down that you can go and watch. It's just a very nice project to be able to get your hands on a back catalogue one if you didn't get it at the time.
Phenomenal. I mean, we're going to start with Aster, who is the beaded bird of hope. So beautiful, graceful. Love that kind of icy, snowy, wintry palette as well. Very, very smart. And also I just love the kind of the name and the thought behind it as well, the bird of hope. I can think of all sorts of people I know who would really appreciate this. And a beautiful thing to make. Lots of little processes.
Yeah, so the one that you're looking at on screen that's here on the set with me, I did actually bring my own personal Aster with me. So this is my own one. It's not even the ones that were photographed for everything. This is mine. Because for me, this honestly is one of the most special projects that I've ever made. The thing about it being a crochet along when I first design it is the fact that I'm not scared of doing lots of small, slightly unusual techniques in something because I know that by and large, you're going to be breaking it down into a small chunk that you do each day rather than rushing to do something in one go. Generally speaking, you can break it down and do a bit every day. So what's amazing about one like this really is the fact that you're going to get all the beads. Now I'm going to get the kit out so you can actually see Aster because she's got so many different elements to her and you can see all the colours properly. So yours will come in a tote like this so that you've got it to, again, keep it in afterwards as well if you want to.
all that amazing yarn. Look, they get so much, all these beautiful
Yeah, and
colours.
it's an ombre. So your top shade is your cream, that obviously is the bulk of Aster. Again, bringing in that symbolism of white doves and things like that. Then you move to our silver. And if you did tune into the early show, but I'll recap, is the way that our shades are made, especially our greys, is they're not flat-dyed solid colours. And you really see this more than ever in the grey shades. And so what the silver is it's actually the cream fibres blended with a very, very, very small percentage, like a pinch of black fibres, to create that really subtle, soft silver shade. So it really is much more of a true natural colour. It's not a flat colour, which is what you get when you solidly try and dye a grey.
It
Then-
really is like you've reproduced the yarn straight off the sheep.
Yeah.
Beautiful, I love that.
Then on to the shale, which again is one tone slightly down from this to create that ombre of the design. So here you've got a little higher percentage again, and then your darkest tone that comes in at the bottom is the steel. So the whole concept of the design is the fact that you're using that ombre set of colours to create her as you crochet along. But what makes her extra special is the fact that you do actually get 300 glass beads. Now, these are proper glass cut crystal glass beads that you're going to be crocheting with. And if there's ever a time for you to use sparkle, really, in what you're doing, it obviously is Christmas. Aster and I guess all these three birds that we're talking about, they're intended to be ornaments within your home, not obviously for children to play with. But that said, what I've actually got here with me is one that doesn't include the beads on too. So if you're somebody that does want to make these so that children can at least touch them or use them, there's nothing stopping you just leaving the beads out of the pattern altogether. So this is the kit worked in those colours that you can see there without the beads on. But when you do the beads, it obviously makes it extra special in terms of it being really sparkly, catching the light at Christmas time. You do also get, there's one other thing, and that is actually modelling wire. So the way that Aster there on display is stood up on the set, that is not a trick. There's no stands, nothing like that. It's actually wired.
Okay.
So you also get the instructions for adding the wire to both the legs and to the wings to lift those wings up at the back. And so yours can look exactly like that. There's no trick needed or stand for it to go on.
Clever. I
You
really
stand it
like
on modelling
that.
wire as well.
Very clever. Can I ask about the beads? Are they stitched on or are they crocheted
They're crocheted in.
Nice.
So basic, and hopefully I'll get a chance to demo that too since they've got so many beads. But basically what you do is you transfer your beads and it'll tell you how many for that segment of the pattern onto your yarn. And then where it would normally say double crochet 3, it will say double crochet 1 with bead, double crochet 2. So something where you're spreading them out, it breaks the pattern down and it'll just tell you exactly which stitch to put that bead on.
See, I love that. I love the fact that I'm not then having to go back and start stitching
And sew them on.
beads
No, that wouldn't appeal to me, I'll be honest,
Right.
sewing them on at the end. I'm somebody that would sooner string them up and go in as I go along.
Yeah, for sure. And it feels clever without actually being difficult.
Yeah.
Love it. Aster's beautiful. It's Aster, the Bird of Hope, originally conceived as an Advent project to work over 24 days.
Yeah.
24? Yeah, 24.
Yeah, over 24 days, and it was actually 2022's Advent project. A very special one to me. I'm not going to get upset about it, but it was also a year. I wanted one that was a symbol of hope because obviously the world has been a crazy place since that year as well. But also a symbol of remembrance in terms of thinking of those. And all of this, it really just symbolises Christmas to me. It's about peace. It's about hope. The name means shining light and star as well, so it takes on all of those elements. Yeah.
I love the name. It's absolutely beautiful. What a very special project and something you can really enjoy making over a period of time, learn some new techniques and just gorgeous. The sentiment behind it is absolutely lovely and that beautiful quality yarn that's really exceptional. And I think as we've had a few messages in actually from viewers who have in the past tried making things with very cheap yarns, very inferior yarns. It's not the same experience at all. It can be very disappointing. Whereas when you work with Toft yarn, it is a joyful experience. And like you said, like the bounce in the yarn
bounce makes a
creates
huge
a better
difference
project.
because you're not having to pull it tight on your hands. So if you've crocheted in the past as well and you've ended up with aching hands, you won't experience that because you can relax with your stitches, get a looser tension, and the yarn does the hard work for you.
Yeah, some yarn has life in it,
Yes.
and some yarn is dead.
Yeah. And I
really?
don't find it easy. I always get shock when
Yeah.
I have to crochet something in a definitely cotton or some acrylics where you've got no give whatsoever.
Right.
I find it hard. My tension is all over the place.
Totally different experience. Absolutely beautiful. Lots of you going for Asta, the bird of hope. She is rather beautiful, and I love those grey tones. Would really fit into a kind of modern interior as well, wouldn't she?
Absolutely. I mean, I had that one on my Christmas tree top last year as well. So for me, all three of these birds that we're looking at have had their time at the top of my tree.
I was just, yes.
Yeah,
of
as my,
course.
centre
How
Christmas
lovely.
tree. Yeah.
Now, we have got two other Advent birds to share with you. Let's do Estella, who is golden and resplendent with beads.
She is. So this is Estella, and she is technically a clockwork nightingale. So I'm going to pick her up so you can actually, I know she looks so good there, but I'm going to pick her up just to show you the detail. And this one has a really funny story for me, because actually,
She has a key in her back.
Yes, because she is the clockwork nightingale. Now, people might not think about the clockwork nightingale as a traditional Christmas thing, but at school, in primary school, I played the clockwork nightingale in our Christmas play. So I actually very much associate it with Christmas. So this is quite a special one to me as well. So again, with your yellow for your golden, and this one includes the yellow beads that you've got there. Again, you're doing some quite unusual techniques, all covered in videos as well, so you've got videos for all the different pieces. What I'll get you is her kit to just show you how many colours you actually get in this one. So it's very much about our gem tone range. So you get the silver, which again is obviously representing the metal, the shale, the cream, the yellow of her golden kind of crest and top, but then you're going to get our magenta.
Oh, that's a beautiful colour.
Teal.
Oh, wow.
Amethyst.
Oh.
In there as well, and you're only going to be using, like with a lot of things, a small quantity of these, so you've got them for the projects to be getting on with as well. And then the beads for this one are yellow, so they match this yarn here, and you're adding them around the edge. Again, as you crochet, not sewn on, you're adding them around the edge of the beads.
Kerry, I love your neutrals, but your jewel shades are out of
bold.
this world.
Yeah, there's
They
nothing
are
subtle
beautiful.
about them.
It's that depth of colour, though, and that's about how the colour is produced, isn't it?
Yeah,
To
it
get that
absolutely is. You can't really achieve that colour, and it's just because the colour is impregnated right into that yarn. When you dye a yarn, once it's spun, you're not ever going to quite get that dye going right into the
It's like
core
the
of the
difference between
fibres.
a yarn-dyed fabric and one that's printed. You never get the same depth of colour.
So we always spin like this, and that means that basically if you go to the mill when our yarns are being spun, it looks like Willy Wonka's factory. It's awesome because all the colours are on the machinery rather than that classic walking in and just seeing it all cream.
You know, for me, I'm a hand spinner, on a spinning wheel. And for me, this has quite a hand-spun look almost. It's got that artisan look to it.
Yeah.
Lovely.
It's got a really nice bounce to it, and I think that's nice and key to it, is it's a relaxed twist. Yeah.
Do these come with a patch? And what is a patch?
Now, I will apologise. Estella's patch is not in here.
Okay.
And I might not have one with me. Basically, we'll have pictures of it, I'm sure. There is a matching patch that goes with this kit, which is Estella. There it is there. So it's an iron-on patch. Now, this is a Toft thing.
Oh.
So a lot of us enjoy patches as a little souvenir or memento of a make that we've done. So this Estella patch, it means that you can put it on your project bag and celebrate the fact that you've made that make. And if you meet other people that maybe enjoy Toft projects and things like that, they can actually spot and start a conversation with you from spotting that patch, because they'll know the fact that you've made Estella, and they can say, oh, well, I made that one too. Did you make it for Advent originally, or are you making it now? And they're like a great icebreaker and conversation starter to have it on your project bag or your
Really
stash
like
bag.
that. Do you get a patch with Asta?
Asta doesn't have a patch. It's
doesn't.
just with Estella. So at the moment,
just Estella.
all of the designs that I have don't have a patch. Estella does have one, so that's why I threw it into this kit as included.
So just every now and then there's something really extra special.
Yeah, there is.
A bit
Something
collectible.
really special that celebrates for me. And for me, Estella is a great one because I remember being, in that nativity, well, not a nativity, but a Christmas play at school where I was the clockwork nightingale.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, are these a DK weight?
Yes.
So
all the
3
DK
mil
weight.
hook?
Yeah.
Perfect. There's such a lot of gorgeous detail. Just from being around for the first hour, I know how to make this part,
do.
don't I now?
Yes.
So, you know, so if you're a beginner and you want to build up your skills, you're going to learn lots of different techniques over, you know, quite a short period of time and a short period of work.
And really make something accomplished. And that's the difference with going for a project where I've intended for it to be broken down into these small chunks, is you're going to do lots of small bits of different technique as you go over those 24 days.
Yeah, and you also get videos, don't you?
Yes, so you can find the videos. There's an account called Ed's Crochet Along, and you can find all the videos on there. So all the breakdown of all the techniques will be there for each day.
Is Ed your son?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hence Edward's Menagerie.
Edward's Menagerie.
Yes, I remember. Which we were talking about, 10-year anniversary.
Yes, so 10 years since the first book was published. He's 12, actually. He's off to secondary school in September, which I can't quite believe. Yeah. Yeah.
You can't overthink these things. Wow, amazing. Right, amazing. Let's do the last of the Advent birds. This is Jasper. This is Jasper.
It is, and I love the colours in this one. So this one is originally based on a real bird, which is a resplendent quetzal. But I've reinvented it in slightly more kind of vintage tones for this reinvention of Jasper. So let me show you the colours that you're going to get with this one. So you get 50 grams of the lime, shale again, the ruby, sapphire, and then teal. So really kind of vintage Christmassy colours. This time it's ruby beads that you'll have included.
Gorgeous.
So we always go for glass beads that are then matching on the yarn colour. But here, rather than actually crocheting them on the same colour, so say with Estella, we're using the yellow beads and we're crocheting them on to the yellow yarn so that they lift that colour. With Aster, we're using just crystal clear beads and we're using it throughout all of those greys. With Jasper, what you've got is a high contrast glass bead, then used right the way across all the colours. So you've got the beads onto the wings like that. You've got all these different tail elements of it right the way through. So lots of different techniques, again, in the same way as the others.
Beautiful. Really stand out against the contrast colours, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Like, it's using them in quite a different way, using them on the contrasting, rather than using them on the same coloured yarn.
He almost looks like he's in a costume, doesn't
Yes,
he?
he does. That's what he's like, a jester. He's got that.
Yeah.
He's got that kind of feeling of that kind of Christmas entertainment pantomime feeling to him.
Really fun, really fun. Absolutely gorgeous. That's Jasper. Again, using your 3mm hook. If you haven't got one, we've got one on the show. We've got one in the hour, so you can just pop that into your basket. £51, and everything you need. Just need to add your hook and some stuff.
Yep, so obviously you do get the printed pattern. Just to confirm that, it's a printed pattern that will come with that as postcards with all the breakdown. And again, there's even videos on how to get your beads onto your yarn, let alone how to then actually crochet with the beads in the stitch.
Perfect. Now, a lot of people know Toft for complete boxed kits. And
Yes.
we're going to go to one of those next.
Yes.
It's the Gingerbread Man. We've all been excited about this one all morning.
So this is a brand new one. Oh, I don't know where his candy cane. I don't know where his candy cane's gone. He's a brand new one. This is the first time that I've brought it on the show today. Did he eat it? I know. What did he do with his candy cane? He does also come with a candy cane, so you can see that there. So inside the complete kit, you will get. I'll pop him there and I'll unbox it so you can see it. So you get the cream, which is obviously for his icing. So again, here, you could make a snowman from the rest of this cream.
Amazing.
Because you're only doing little bits on the edge and then your candy cane contrasting. You'll get your whole ball of red, and that's for doing his scarf, and then obviously doing that candy cane as well. And then you've got 25 grams of the camel, which is for his main body. So he's a perfectly baked gingerbread man.
Yeah.
In the oven. You obviously then get absolutely everything else that you need. So you're going to get your hook, your sewing up needle to actually sew up, your threads for the eyes, and then all the stuffing is also there at the bottom of the box.
Absolutely brilliant. It's a full kit. £30. It's a really, really good price, isn't it? A great entry price for Toft. All the yarn, you get your Toft crochet hook, that beautiful quality stuffing even. Every single part of the kit is beautiful quality. Don't forget as well, I haven't mentioned it yet this hour, but you are getting a free copy of the Toft Quarterly magazine with 10 projects, 5 knit and 5 crochet, at value of £10, completely free, including with your order. Fab. If there are, if stocks run out of that magazine, by the way, you'll get a different magazine. You will still get a magazine. You don't miss out. It will just be a different winter magazine. Absolutely gorgeous. Love him.
I'm going to pop him back there.
Love him.
Wherever his candy cane's gone, I must have jumped off the edge when I was arranging this set from this morning, I think.
Sorry, Kerry, I was hungry.
No. Oh, actually, you know where it is?
Go on.
I think it might be in that desserts box here.
Oh.
So, because that pattern is shared between the two products, I've got a feeling, there we go.
There
I've put 2 on there. That's what I did. So included, you do also get the pattern for this candy cane so that your little gingerbread man can hold his candy cane as well. Yeah, like that.
Gorgeous.
And you'll have tons of yarn to make loads of these. You could make literally probably 6 or 7 of these.
Well, they would be lovely hanging on a tree, wouldn't they?
Absolutely.
Gorgeous. Now, we can't mention the gingerbread man without mentioning his little counterpart, the snowman, who we met in the first show.
Yep.
So again, a full kit. Last few chances, actually. This is limited. This is limited. So if you want to get the little snowman...
Let me get him there. I'm not quite tall enough for this counter. There we go.
No one is.
Yeah, so here's your little snowman. The clothes are completely removable. Without the clothes, this is an absolute perfect first project for someone to learn to crochet. If you've never, ever touched a hook or yarn before, this would be a great project to go for. And then you'll basically gradually skill up as you move on to doing his little hat and his boots, because you'll try different techniques.
Gorgeous. Absolutely. That's the kind of thing you're going to make over and over and over.
It really
again.
is.
Everyone will ask for one.
Yeah. And it's quick to make. It's great. If you are someone that can already crochet, I'd highly recommend this for all those very lovely, generous people out there that make teachers' gifts and colleague gifts and things like that for Christmas. This is a perfect pattern to have ready to be able to do them quite quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. What, about like a couple of evenings' work?
Not even, honestly.
Really?
If you can crochet, you'll be able to do a snowman in an evening, no problem at all.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that. We had a lovely idea actually earlier on, which was crocheting lots of snowmen with different coloured hats and boots.
Would look
to
so
have on a
lovely,
garland, or it'd be beautiful.
Yeah.
There's way more in baskets than there are available. Be quick to check out. Oh, one lovely thing I'll mention, if you saw the earlier show, you know this already, but I love the fact that the box, the front of the box, is your tension guide.
It absolutely is. And I don't ever get to really show off things like that, but it means that this printed here will match your tension that you're working in your double crochet stitch. So you've just got a visual reference on what the stitch should look like and exactly how big that should be.
If your tension's slightly off, is it a deal breaker?
It really isn't. Now, obviously, you're not wearing this crochet is the nice thing. So if your tension is slightly off, it's no big deal. If your tension is tight, it's no big deal, but you might have a harder time. Basically, your stitches will just be a bit harder to work if your tension's tight. If it is, what I would say is look at how you're holding your yarn on your left hand. Obviously, what tends to happen is if your tension's very tight is you might be a knitter that's used to wanting to keep it nice and tight, very common. So you want to drop a couple of your wraps off your left hand. If your tension is too loose and you can see stuffing through your stitches, what you need to try and do is put that back in. And what I mean by that is when you hold your yarn in your left hand, if your tension is loose, let me move that across. If your tension is loose, put in a couple of wraps extra to keep that tension tight. Whereas actually, I only tuck my yarn here on my index finger where I'm crocheting. So a really
so
nice,
quite a gentle, relaxed
tension when you're working.
Fabulous, thank you. I think that's the key, isn't it? That's the bit that I've struggled most with.
Yeah,
getting the tension right.
But again, there are videos about that, literally down to a video about tension, as in how to know what's tight, what's loose, and how to change that. The fastest way is in hook size, but obviously, if you've gone for a kit, you've got a set hook size, so it's going to be about your yarn hold on your non-hook hand.
Great,
yeah.
Good advice. Right, that's for that gorgeous little snowman. Just want to mention the elf, because we saw the elf in the 9 o'clock show. He also comes in a similar kind of kit, fully boxed kit.
Yeah, fully boxed kit with everything you need in.
Everything, the needle, the hook.
They're great for holidays, actually. If we are in the mindset of July and you might have a holiday coming up, what's great about a complete kit is you've not got to run around guessing what you might need. You know that you can just take that box with you and you've got absolutely everything you need to finish that project, and no excuses.
Perfect, thank you so much. Yeah, I love a holiday project. Now, next up, we're going to go to a discovery box. What is that?
So a discovery box is, firstly, you get the whole box. So I know I've made the display look really nice. Is it time to take it down? Shall I run round and get it? Is that
I
easy?
can go get
No,
them.
I'll go and...
You sure?
Yeah, I'll run round and get that so you can see it. 1 second and I'll get it.
Brill, thank
Let's
you.
just... I've made it look nice, but it's time to actually look at a discovery box. Are we going to this one with the little animals?
Yes,
in first? Yeah.
please.
So what a Toff discovery box is you do actually get the whole box. So first thing to mention is this is what this one comes in. So you've got a drawer, and the big thing about
Can I say, even before you open it,
Yeah.
I want it. Just because, you know, it looks like a pair of really expensive shoes,
Yeah.
which instantly makes me want it because it's in a lovely, you know, so first of all, top marks for that.
So then the nice thing about it too is it's the right size for saving your postcards. So with all the other kits that you've seen on the show that we've been talking about, how your patterns come is like this. So it'll come on printed postcards like this. So it's the perfect size for storing them in as well afterwards if you want to. So in every Toff Discovery box, you will get 6 balls of our yarn in the colour selection that matches the projects that will come with that. So this one is a nativity themed, as in the animals you'd find at the nativity themed discovery box. So you get 6 balls of yarn, and then you'll get patterns which will be printed just like this. So you will get printed postcard patterns for 5 different projects. So you're going to get Lance the ox, Angharad the donkey, Erica the camel, Hank the Dorset Down sheep, and then Simon the sheep. And when I think about a discovery box, I try and give you a mixture of techniques and levels. So you've got beginner projects, and then you'll learn colour changing in some of the others. So why it's called a discovery box is because you basically move through a few different techniques as you're doing it. So all of these little minis here, you'll be able to make from your discovery box. Obviously, they're lovely little toys anyway, if you want to. You can even put loops in and hang them off the tree. There could be keychains, or you can sit them all up and make a little nice nativity arrangement or little toys
Oh, I think
to
as
play
little
with.
decorated dolls for a nursery, for you know what I mean, to have on a shelf would be absolutely beautiful. They're so gorgeous.
And they're lovely fast makes, these. Because they're minis, you're using double knit yarn again in the same way. So it's all the same yarn, 3mm hook. There's not many stitches in these at all. So they're great projects for making one an evening.
Kerry, can I ask, if I was to use the same pattern but one of your Aran weight yarns, could I make a double-sized donkey?
Absolutely, really fast. So it's a great cheat for making bigger animals quickly.
Yes!
So with, say, this one, if you were to use Aran, it would sit about twice the height. There we go. So it'd be about twice the height if you used an Aran yarn. Same pattern. Same for chunky if you want to make really big ones.
Brilliant, brilliant. So you could make them again. So actually discover the technique, discover the pattern with the discovery box. You may never have bought Toff before and want to get involved, see what the quality is and what everyone's talking about. You've got 5 sort of mini makes.
Yep.
Every single one of those is completely adorable, amazing yarn, different techniques, a beautiful place to store it. I mean, don't know whether you saw the front of the box as well. You've even got this little ribbon drawer. I mean, it's just a beautiful, beautiful thing that instantly is just very desirable. Suitable for a beginner?
Yeah, absolutely suitable for a
Because
beginner.
you've got some beginner projects.
You've got some
in
beginners.
there.
So Simon the sheep, which is this little cream sheep here, he's the one you want to go for when you're a beginner. Again, videos to help you get through all the basic stitches and get out the starting blocks and start your crochet journey there.
Absolutely gorgeous. And even doing the curly fleece,
So
that's
this
okay?
is just chains. So even easier. You know, when I showed you earlier, now this is not going to be very good colour to put a fleece on a donkey, but I'll just show you quickly. So when you're putting the fleece on your sheep, you crochet it all as standard using your double crochet stitches. And all you're going to do to add the fleece on is you put your hook in through your project when you've finished it.
So it's stuffed, it's all made up.
It's all stuffed, it's
Right.
totally made up. It's like a sheared sheep.
Yep.
Chain like we did earlier, so just that chain stitch. And then you literally just stab back in.
Oh,
Slip stitch in, and then you go again. So all you're doing is covering the surface of the fabric in those little chains, just using that really
very
basic stitch.
clever.
So you're
Very
not even
clever.
really following a pattern, in honesty, at that point. It will tell you how many chains to do on each loop, but you're not having to concentrate. It's a great one for watching TV, even if you are new to it, because all you're doing is jumping around and filling in the surface of the fabric with the loops.
Brilliant. Gosh, at first glance,
It looks
I would
difficult,
look at
doesn't
Simon
it?
and think,
Yeah.
yeah, that would be one of the harder ones to do.
Yeah.
And actually, that's the one to start. I love the fact that the sheep are called Hank and Simon.
Yeah, Hank and Simon, Angharad, Lance and Erica. Yeah.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Super cute. You don't have to pick. You get all 5 patterns, all the yarn to make all 5 patterns, plus over.
Yeah, there's always a bit over. So in every Toff kit, I leave 10% anyway, just to account for tension. So you will actually always, as an absolute standard, have 10% extra anyway on what I've used at my tension. But with one like this, because you're only using a touch of each colour again and they share colours, you'll have leftover of all colours.
Absolutely gorgeous. 5 makes for £42. It's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And you can scale up by using an Aran weight yarn or even a chunky yarn to make larger animals once you've got the patterns. And you do gorgeous Aran and chunky yarn.
In all of these colours too, yeah.
Amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. I love those. I've got a little antique bed, like a doll bed. They would all have to go in.
Yeah, absolutely.
They would all have to go in. That's just how I would display them. Gorgeous. Right, Christmas dinner discovery box. This is hilarious.
So this is an absolute classic Toff product. It's been around for years, but it's still one of my absolute favourites. So
these are brilliant.
In this discovery box, again, it comes in the drawer. A very, very, very different selection of colours here. So you're going to get green, lime, fudge orange, cream and pink included in that box. And then you will actually get all the printed patterns to create all these different elements of your Christmas dinner. And the idea is, obviously, they are play food if you just want to make them. They could obviously go on display as they are. But really, the idea is that you'll put strings on them like this, and you can make endless amounts of ornaments. You can even kind of wrap your Christmas presents and put them on the outside so that other people could hang them on their tree. It's a brilliant way of really quick little makes that are perfect for gifting for Christmas or filling up a whole tree with them. So you get obviously the main event, the turkey. So you've got the turkey there. Then you've got...
and that doesn't look like it would overface a family either.
No, I think it'll be just fine. This then,
just
obviously,
enough.
Proportion's gone out the window here, but
Yeah.
you've got the biggest pigs in blanket you've ever seen, proportional to your turkey, and you could make loads of those. So if you think you've got all this ball of pink for just a couple of rows there of that colour, you could make tons and tons of bacon. Then you've got a parsnip, which I would regard as a Christmas dinner essential there as well. And these ones have obviously got their loops on, so you can hang them on the tree.
I'm married to a hater, I just need to tell you.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
I don't get it, so I only get parsnips very rarely, but beautiful.
But I love them.
Yeah.
One of my faves. Then you've got a carrot pattern, and it's an individual carrot. I've just tacked 3 of them together there, so it'd be like a little bunch of carrots. So you can just make an individual one, or obviously you can bunch them together proportionally before you hang them on the tree.
Could you make these as play food for slightly older children?
Yeah, absolutely.
'Cause I love stuff like that
Yeah.
as an ex-primary school teacher.
And there's obviously no bits and pieces on them. They're all securely sewn together. If you used a thicker yarn, you could get them up scale-wise as well. So that's a leek, which I also very much enjoy leeks with my Christmas dinner. And then obviously the sprout. No Christmas dinner would be complete without the sprouts. But you've got so much yarn that isn't all you could make, if you see what I mean. You'll be able to double up, if not triple or quadruple up on the elements that use less colours. So it really is about mixing and matching. Gives you loads of fun to play with, and you can just sit there and keep making until your yarn runs out.
I think it would be so much fun to do a whole Christmas tree that was decorated in
With
Christmas
food.
dinner items.
Yeah.
And of course, as well, is this a terrible suggestion? You could put little faces on.
No,
them
you
with black
absolutely
yarn,
could. I mean,
little eyes.
the turkey would be pretty
Not sure about
hilarious
the
with it.
turkey.
But other than that, obviously, you could absolutely put little faces on all of them.
Pigs
so
and
they had
blankets
more
with
little
little
characters.
eyes.
Yeah. Absolute cuties. Yeah.
They're great. I love them. I love the humour. I love the quirkiness of these. They're really cute, great fun, and just they look beautiful, gorgeous. And also another way of discovering more yarn from Kerry, more colours.
And more techniques.
more
Yeah,
techniques.
like, again, it doesn't seem like a lot and it seems fun to do a Christmas dinner, but actually you'll become quite an accomplished crocheter because you're just trying a little sample of different techniques. So say with the bacon, you'll be doing rows. Everything else will be in rounds because we're going round and round with no seams. But then you get to do a little go at a couple of rows. And so you'll find that you really skill up over the course of making these mini projects.
Also, Kerry, I want to be the person on the train who's sitting there crocheting and someone asks me, what are you making? And I say, bacon. Gorgeous. I love it. I love it. And then we've also got the Discovery Box Christmas desserts.
Yes, so obviously no Christmas
Pass
dinner
those to
is
you.
complete without the desserts that go with it. I guess some people regard that as the most important
Those
bit.
away.
So
Swap here.
it's a different range of colours again, obviously to give you the right colours to be able to make your desserts. So you're going to get in this one your cream, your camel, your cocoa, your ruby, your green and your chestnut. So it gives you a different set of colours again for your desserts. And then pattern-wise, you'll get a gingerbread man, but a flat gingerbread man this time. So much more like your original cut-out gingerbread man. That said, you could put stuffing in it if you wanted it to be a bit more 3D. So you get a flat gingerbread man. You get a star mince pie, because you need a mince pie. So again, you could put a loop on this and hang them on the tree if you wanted to.
Could I make more than one?
Loads more than one. So yeah, I've got one of every example here, but you'll really be able to make this yarn go a long way. So then you've obviously got your Yule log. So this is quite an interesting one. You'll be trying different techniques again on that one as you're putting it together, complete with little holly leaves and berries.
It's great.
The candy cane, and this is the candy cane pattern shared with that snowman. So yeah, again, you can put a loop on the top and then you'll be able to put that on the tree, making loads of these. They work really well, again, as little dressings for parcels and all sorts. And then, of course, your Christmas pud.
Gorgeous.
Total Essential Christmas pud in there. So all of those patterns are included. That isn't everything that you can make. You'll be able to make multiples of quite a lot of them. You just keep going until you use your yarn up, basically. I mean, if you think about the green here, you're just doing 2 sets of holly with that green, so you've got loads of extra yarn to play with. You could even do green and white candy canes from all of that as well.
It's beautiful, absolutely lovely. That's the Christmas Desserts Discovery Box. New techniques, new style of projects, some flat, some stuffed. I think some of these, like the gingerbread and the candy cane, would be really nice to make like little Christmas pin badges or things like that.
Absolutely.
Loads of you loving this. Oh, the Christmas pudding, it's that sauce, it's the drips of sauce.
And again, really easy. So to do this, what you're going to be doing is chaining out. So I feel like we've done a lot of chaining in these 2 hours. Chaining out, and then, you know, in the way that I made Mrs. Claus's hair where I slipped back down, these are just using longer stitches. So you're coming back down that chain, but to make it a bit more drippy, you use longer stitches. So say a double crochets and half trebles, and then you chain out again. So from your circle, you're just chaining out and back down, putting all the drips around the edge.
It's so effective. Absolutely brilliant. Again, I could see loads of those on a Christmas tree done as baubles.
Yeah, as baubles. They look amazing.
A question for you. Morning, Stuart and Kerry. Is the Christmas dinner suitable as a first project? As I've not done any crochet before, I'm loving the show. That's Jane in North Yorkshire.
Yes, Jane, it absolutely is. Because again, what I've always done is put you in a range of different projects. So let me just have a quick eyes on that. So if you were going to be a total beginner, you know what I'd actually go for first? Maybe your sprouts. Because you've got loads of green and lime yarn, so that means you're going to be able to make, say, half a dozen sprouts in the end anyway.
Amazing, wow.
And what you're doing is you're effectively, underneath these leaves, you're making a little ball. So it's a little ball which will help you practice the stitch, increasing the stitch and then decreasing the stitch back down to create the little ball. And then you'll just be practicing the same thing over and over and over again when you make these leaves. So by the time you've made one sprout, you'll feel really accomplished in how to start with the ring start, how to do the stitch, and then how to increase. By which point, once you've done that, you'll be off discovering all the different elements.
Is this using that amigurumi spiral technique?
Yes, it is. Although I use, if you've ever tried it before, I actually recommend, and this goes for obviously all your instructions and in videos, I do a cheats method of doing it.
Oh, really? I love a cheats method.
The traditional thing that Stuart's referring to is basically called a magic ring or a magic loop, and it feels like you're having to crochet in thin air when you're doing it. So a lot of people find it quite hard as a beginner because you're not holding on to anything sturdy or solid when you start. So what I recommend as an alternative is I tie a slip knot to start. So I've actually got something solid like that. Yep. You put that onto your hook. Then you actually chain 2 stitches again. So we're back on the chain that we've done a few times. So you chain 2 stitches. And then you actually use that starting chain there, so your first one, that actually opens up based on this end here. It opens and closes. Mm-hmm. So then you put your first stitches all into that first chain hole. So you go back in and you can do 1, 2, and this is that double crochet stitch that you're using for all of it. 3, 4. Now I'm going a bit quick, but the videos do go really slow through all of this, so don't worry. That's just doing that double crochet stitch over and over and over again. And then all you do is you pull the tail and that tightens off the circle for you. making the circle from the get-go without that feeling where you feel like the yarn's whizzing around your hand. Yeah. And this is effectively the cast on for crochet. So if you are a knitter and you're talking in knitting terms, this style of crochet all starts from a 6 ring. Then all you do from there is you're just crocheting into those stitches repeatedly, and it grows outwards from there. So everything, like if you look at the centre of the mince pie, that's the circle that we started with there, and then you crochet out from there.
Because I've got to be honest, Kerry, of all the crochet, it's the amigurumi sort of things that I want to be able
they're
to
the ones
crochet
that appeal the most, yeah.
And actually, these are such a way into, I mean, actually, everything, I want to crochet everything, but it's such a way in because I can really see how they're actually quite simple, straightforward, and repeated skills.
Yeah, it is. It really is about repeated skills. So all you're then doing as you're crocheting this style of crochet is you're just doing that double crochet stitch over and over again like that. So the one...
And it's under both.
Last, it's always under both sides of the V unless it states otherwise. Now, the last thing that's really essential to mention is the last thing that you need to know is basically how to know where the beginning and end of your round is. So all I recommend is a contrast piece of yarn. You don't need a fancy extra tool or stitch marker or anything like that. All you do is you pull a contrast piece of yarn when you know you've done the right number and you tick it off. And that way, when you come back to crocheting into that stitch again, you know you've completed another round. And so you just bring that up with you and it tracks up your work.
Great.
And then to count them, just for, seems like we're going for the full techniques, if you ever need to know how many you've got at this point in time, you don't ever count that live loop that's on your hook there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 I have at this point in time. But all of that is covered in lots of videos. So I can't emphasise more, Jane, you're supported, you're not on your own trying to figure it out from a written pattern. There's video there to take you through everything.
Brilliant. I mean, there really hasn't ever been a better time to learn how to do something other than this.
No, than video, like there really hasn't. Yeah, than video land. Like even in Toft's history, so we turn 18 in August as a company, and I can't believe how much everything has changed, really. That when I was first trying to record videos and do things, I had to bring in a videographer. It was a really big deal to get you a 10-minute video that involved fluffy microphones and all sorts of stuff. Now I just jump on my iPhone, press record, and if you've got a direct question, you want to see a technique from me, I can get you an answer within like 20 minutes, half an hour.
Great, isn't it? Yeah, like being here. You can ask a question, you can answer it. Love that. Thank you for showing that. So demystifying, isn't it? It's wonderful. Now, Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus right here in double knit yarn. It is £118 for the pair. It's not one or the other. You get both. We're offering split pay on this. 2 split pays. So today you don't need to pay £118 at all. You can spend just £59 today and you can get the kit home to make Santa and Mrs. Claus. You get both. You get all your beautiful quality yarn. A little message. Hi all. Toft have the best videos and great support. That's Sue.
Thank you, Sue. That's lovely to hear. Yeah, it's nice to know, that we're doing it right, that you feel supported in being able to actually make your projects.
You make a lot of effort, but it's appreciated. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Sitting on your mantelpiece or just lovely. Go for that. Now, I'm just going to grab the very first book that we started with this morning. It's
destroyed my set entirely
Partridge in a Pear Tree. Well, me too.
Let me move that in. Hang on. If we move that out, we can get back at the right angle, can we? Yep. And I'll take this one this way. There we go. There we go.
So this is the 12 Birds of Christmas, or A Partridge in a Pear Tree.
So this book really gives you 12 different projects, but it's based on the song that we all know, Partridge in a Pear Tree, so it's covering the 12 days of Christmas. Now, the best way, in fact, no, they are in order on here. I was just checking myself there. So on here, you've got 12 is the drummer's drumming. So for the 12, I went for the woodpecker, because woodpeckers drum their beaks against a tree. Then you've got the piper's piping, and this is Nina the Sandpiper for that one. Then we've got Agnes the Heron, and this one is for Lords a Leaping. This was probably the hardest one for me to choose a symbolic bird to represent, but I went for the heron because when they set off to fly, they jump in the air, they almost lift their knees up in order to take off because they're so leggy and heavy. So that's Agnes the Heron for Lords a Leaping. And then we've got a cormorant for ladies dancing, so this is Lois the Cormorant, and that's because the mating ritual of the cormorants involves a lot of dancing on behalf of both birds. Then we've got the cattle egret, should I say, and that's because this is maids and milking. So these birds are very commonly seen basically living with cattle. So when the cattle are kind of chewing the curd and pulling up grass, they run around underneath them or even stand on their backs. They're those birds that you've seen doing that.
Okay.
So they're really associated with the cattle, a really strong relationship between this bird and cattle for maids and milking. Then we get to the easy ones. So 7 swans are swimming, 6 geese are laying. 5 gold rings is the pheasant, really captured in the fact that I see their feathers as very, very golden, and then they've got that ring round their necks, very cream ring round their necks. 4 calling birds, which is, they believe, based on kind of originally was collie birds, which are blackbirds.
Was that right?
Yeah, so that one's actually a true one. All of these ones are true birds in the story. It only really gets symbolic from here on up.
Cleverly done, though.
Then 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and then Felix, the red-legged partridge, in a pear tree at the end of it.
Brilliant. Don't forget that with your purchase today from Toft, you're getting a free copy of the Toft magazine. It's Winter 2021. RRP of £10. You're getting this for free. You get 5 crochet patterns, 5 knit patterns included. And that will go with every shopper who buys Toft today. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks for that. Lovely message. Toft support is remarkable. I ploughed into a dog kit knowing nothing about crochet. Are you a farmer? I ploughed into... Okay. I quickly had to email the team and the reply was so helpful. That is from Alexandra in Greater London.
Again, so lovely to hear. And like that's what Toft has always been about, is about them being beginner friendly. I don't want these balls of yarn to just remain balls of yarn. I want them to become the thing that they're destined to be.
Of course.
So yeah, if you're ever sitting there and you're getting frustrated, just get in touch. We are a full team of crocheters on the end of the phone or an email there to help you. So every pattern obviously has its full detail of the pattern. It has actually, they all have a name, and they actually have a little bit of a Christmas story to go with them as well. So you get a festive picture, then you also get nice, clean, bright pictures of the back as well as the front. So you've got everything to help you when you're sewing them up. I did actually zoom through there, but all the techniques are at the start here. So if you are new to crochet, all the step-by-step techniques are here, and then there's a video for every single one. So don't think that you've got to just sit there and really concentrate on reading these. There is also a video to back that up if you think you're finding a difficulty with any of the techniques.
Fantastic. Love that. Now, we have got a knitted kit on the show, and that's up next.
So that's right by me here. And this is because we are obviously become very, very known for our crochet, and especially our 3D crochet, like the animals and the dolls. But we were originally a knit company, and we remain a knit company, hence with the Toft Quarterly, when we design them a new collection every quarter. So this kit will give you 150 grams of our cream and 150 grams of our ruby. And then you'll get these 3 different patterns for the baubles. They're just another absolute classic that you'll find that it's a go-to pattern that you can whip up for people. They go down so well as gifts. Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. They're really iconic, aren't they? Are they called Ulukula or something? Yeah.
And you'll be able to make tons. So I've done one of each of the 3 designs here that you can make, but you'll be able to make lots and lots of different designs, inverting those colours as well, if you see what I mean. So you could do this one that has this motif in red, and again invert this one to the other way around as well.
Lovely. And easy to colour work as well.
Yeah, and again, a great learner project. Like if we are talking about getting into knitting, maybe you've knitted a bit and you've maybe knitted a couple of Toft hats, but you haven't really got to grips with it. What's nice is you get to, again, almost discover a different technique. So you can do the basic striped one while you're getting to grips with even the idea of having 2 colours, and then move on to the more demanding colour work ones, but with that little snippet before you could then go on to do something bigger like a hat or a garment.
Are these knitted flat or in the round?
They're in the round.
They're knitted in the round
They're knitted in the round
so
too.
again, really good technique.
Really good practice technique, because you're going to be practicing I guess, getting a really, really nice finish on things. So the kind of techniques that mean that you'll be able to take those on to much more advanced projects in the future.
Absolutely gorgeous. Love those. Something for the knitters, like that. Now, Nativity Animal Discovery Box is proving very, very popular. Absolutely gorgeous. You get all the yarn to make 5 different nativity animals. Adele's got in touch from Cambridgeshire. She's got a discovery kit and hooks going to learn crochet animals with my son and daughter-in-law while we're on holiday. Thank you.
Perfect. Like, I think that's the best way, is to do it all together as well. I really like that idea. So included in a discovery box, you will get your 6 balls of yarn. So I'll just open that up for you with the drawer. So in this one, you're going to get 2 balls of your cream, so 50 grams of your cream. You get your oatmeal, your black, your camel and your mushroom. So a really nice selection of different tough natural colours there as well. And then that's going to be enough yarn to be able to make all 5 of these little projects.
Aren't they brilliant? Absolutely gorgeous. We started the hour with hope in our hearts and a bird called Asta, the bird of hope. She's beautiful. She is here at the front.
I might move her actually if we're
Sure.
if we're at the end. So let's
Yeah.
I know that I've positioned her so beautifully, but I just want to show you just how sparkly this one is, because this kit comes with 300 beads. I've never made anything before with this kind of level of beadwork. It's not just a little bit sparkly. Do you see how? So say with, for example, Jasper, that's only 100 beads on this. There's 300 beads on Asta. So it's catching the light every single angle that she moves around at, because you're edging the wings in the beads so they're all there, and then the detail in the tail is you've got them running all the way down the tail and onto the fronds.
Absolutely exquisite. Might you be able to show us how to do crocheting with beads?
Absolutely.
Please?
Let's get a quick.
That'd be awesome.
Right. So first demo to show you is how you
Resplendent
attach
tail.
them on. So let me just cut that down there so you can do it. So I have got 2 little loose ones here. So attaching your beads to the yarn is actually the bit that people find the hardest about this technique. It's the bit that people find difficulty with. Now, this is a small piece of fishing wire that I've got here that I'm going to be using for it. Tooth floss is also very, very good for this job. So a bit of fishing wire, a bit of tooth floss, or a bit of strong polyester yarn or wire, basically. Now, it's obviously not very good for on camera. Fold it in half. So you see what I've done there is I've folded it in half. There's the loop, and then my 2 tips are together. And then all you need to do is put the 2 tips that are held together through the bead like that, which there we go, through the bead like that. Now you can do them one at a time if you're new to this. The pattern's not going to be telling you to put all 100 on your yarn at once. You'll be putting, say, 6 or something for that segment of the pattern on. Then you put your yarn through the loop that was at the bottom and you pull it on like that. So that is your bead then transferred onto your yarn. Now if I move across to here's one I made earlier, I'll show you this one. So what your pattern will then say, once you've got all your beads strung up on your yarn like this, your pattern might say to double crochet 1 with bead. So a normal double crochet, just to recap that first, you're going to go in beneath both sides of the stitch, yarn over, and then through the 2 loops. If it's a double crochet with bead, bring your bead up to being alongside you first before you start. So your bead's right up here alongside your next stitch. Then go over the back of it, so you're going over the top of that bead to start, leaving the bead in the front like that, and then you just do your normal double crochet. So the tricky bit is almost getting that set up before you start. So all you then do is you yarn over and you bring it through to the point where you've got your 2 loops as normal, and then yarn over and through 2 loops. I've actually not done a good example there. Let me go again, hang on. So you've got your bead in your front position, you go over the top, yarn over and bring that through to the point where you've got your 2 loops, and then yarn over and finish that stitch off as normal. And it's not that you're going to be doing them in like that. Yarn over, so you've got your 2 loops, your bead sits in the front, and then you finish the stitch off in the back. So your beads go in as you go along. And again, videos that go with all of that as well that cover it in detail.
Love that. It's just adding that sparkle, and I think it's exceptional on Asta, isn't it? 300 cut glass beads all over, even on her toes. It's just gorgeous. The attention to detail's phenomenal. Love it. Everything in there for £77. Been very popular. Oh, Kerry, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's gone very fast, this second show. Yeah, thank you
has.
so much. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you for sharing so many Christmas projects and lovely techniques.
I'm
as
in the
well.
mood for Christmas now, I think. I better go home and actually get a plan in.
Let's
for
have a
this
mulled
year.
wine. Let's have a mince pie. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, it's our final hour, and it's all kinds of lovely things because we love Christmas.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hi there, Stuart Hillard here for the final hour of Sewing Street today before the weekend. Now, what a way to kick off the weekend than with this amazing launch. It's the Brother NV 1100 sewing machine. An absolutely phenomenal machine. We've never had it on Sewing Street. Today's its first time out. And the good news is you are getting an extra £160 of quilting goodies with this machine that you won't normally get for launch. Now, I'm going to tell you about the freebies first because I think that's really important. You get your massive extension table, you get your walking foot, your darning foot, your free motion quilting foot, your quilting guide bar, your 1/4-inch patchwork foot, and this handy dandy thing, which is your quilting gripper. So you hold on to these and you have this gripper, so your quilt sandwich is effectively under your machine, like this, and then this grips the quilt rather than you trying to do it with tense fingers that are going to start to ache. Just nice and easy, and you can stitch and do your free motion and then move it along and then carry on stitching. Okay, this is what you're going to do, obviously with your darning foot that you get included. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, those are the extras that you're going to get today, but on any given day, you're going to get 140 decorative and utility stitches, 10 automatic one-step buttonholes. You're also going to get 5 different alphabets, your knee lift. You're going to get a hard case. You're going to get your accessory box, which goes on the front of your machine, which has not 1, but 2 compartments for storage. You've got all those regular utility feet that you would expect, but including a button sewing, a very advanced button sewing foot actually, which you don't always get with a machine at all. You're also going to get... excuse me, you're also going to get a machine which will go through, as I have done this morning. Well, I thought 8 layers of chambray denim was pretty good, but I then sewed through 16 layers and it went through like a hot knife through butter. So absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You've also on this machine got advanced square feed. So normally the feed dogs go up and down in this elliptical shape. With your Brother 1100, MV 1100, it actually comes up, across, drops down and then back up. So you get more contact for longer. Also, the feed dogs are longer on this machine, and your J-foot is also longer. I'm just going to show you here a comparison. Here is the J-foot from the Brother NV 1100. And then here is the J-foot from a standard Brother. And you can see the difference in length, which gives you more control and for longer, better quality stitches, straighter, neater stitching, which is better piecing, better top stitching, more accurate dressmaking. It's kind of everything you want, really. Absolutely beautiful machine. I've really enjoyed working on it, and super, super easy to combine stitches. I'm just going to switch it on. Just beautiful. I'm going to do a couple more of the decorative stitches. Get it home, have a play. It is absolutely beautiful. Now let's go decorative stitches. Let's go 24. See, this is something I'm thinking, would this be good for quilting? So I'm going to have a little go. Because this is creating almost like a little ball. Well, for certain areas of quilting, you can use your decorative stitches, and rather than using them everywhere, use them in particular places just to kind of create emphasis. or to divide up a larger area into smaller areas with interest, or even sometimes where you've done like a plain border on something and you want to actually create multiple borders without doing multiple piecing. You can actually use your stitches. I've just grabbed this cushion for a second because this demonstrates really well how a plain border around the outside has been made much more interesting, much more decorative with 2 rows of decorative stitching. And I'm just going to show you the stitch pattern I was stitching there. And I think that would be absolutely gorgeous as a quilting stitch. Not for everywhere, but for example, if you had maybe like a 4.5 or say 4 or 6 inch square centre in the middle of a star block, you could actually stitch 1/2 inch inside with that. And it would really, really look good. You could use that as a decorative stitch around a napkin. You could even use that as a hem. So for example, if I just turn a hem now, okay, so this could be plain denim, this could be something like a napkin. And I'm just going to use this decorative stitch. Could have done with pressing my seam down a little bit flatter, but I think this is going to work just fine. And obviously you'd press it and it'd look a bit neater from the back. Love that automatic thread cutting. But look at that. So that's now my hem on my napkin. Imagine doing that all the way around on grey linen or white linen, something like that. There are your Christmas napkins, completely unique, completely beautiful, and completely handmade by you. It could be napkins that you've bought that you end up stitching a little motif, or even names. Putting names onto something is so easy. I'm just going to go into the alphabet and I'm going to, I'm going to clear that. I'm going to go into the alphabet. Let's do, I want to do the cursive. There we go, cursive. Right, so then I might just pick a name. Let's just pick something quite easy. Let's do Rose. So that is number 18. There's R. And then O is 27. And then S is 19. And then E is 05. So we've now got Rose. And then I'm just going to put a little scroll at the end. So I'm going to go into my decorative stitching, number 2, and I'm going to put 05. So now I've got a little scroll just at the end, just to finish it off. And then let's stitch that out. And that's how easy it is. And so you could be putting this on your Christmas napkin or on a handkerchief, or it could be labels for clothing. You know, save yourself on the washing, embroider the napkin, let people take the napkin home. You haven't even got to wash them. There's your table gift, all taken care of. But I mean, I think like this, why not? Top table at weddings. There's that scroll just going in at the end. And when it finishes the sequence, it will stop. You can click, it's locked the stitches. You can use the cutting function, and there we go. And there is my personalised napkin. And I think actually if I stitch that again, I would put that scroll at the start and at the end, and that would be absolutely beautiful, wouldn't it? How lovely. Right, it's been very, very popular. We are on a bit of a stock warning because we are massively oversubscribed for the brand new Brother NV 1100 sewing machine with that £160 worth of free quilting kit. It doesn't come as standard. I just want to make that really clear. That quilting package, your walking foot, your extension table, darning foot, piecing foot, that lovely gripper guide, That will not come as standard. That is a free £160 quilting bundle that we've added for launch. So please don't hang about if you want to get that quilting bundle. All right. I've got some gorgeous fabrics to finish the day with. We're going to start with a bit of Liberty. I can. Let me pop those over there out the way. And we're going to start with this gorgeous Wiltshire Shadow bundle. This is absolutely gorgeous. It's timeless. It's classic. I'm going to kind of rearrange slightly. I've got that beautiful Christmas red. I've got silver metallic. Look at that. This is ruby. I've got silver. I need my Christmas green now. That's emerald. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, it's apple. It's apple. Oh, no, that's clover. That's clover. I'll do apple next, so you can see the two side by side. Then we've got gold metallic. Stunning. And then black currant to finish, which is really regal. That is stunning. That is stunning. Actually, I'm just going to pop that in there next to the green so you can see the contrast between the greens. Absolutely beautiful. Silver and gold, 2 shades of green, and then you've got that real proper Christmas ruby red, and then that absolutely beautiful plummy purple shade. Gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah, really good just to have in your stash, whether it's Christmas or no. It could be for anything, but you've got your sort of holly leaves and berries, you've got your snowy sort of landscape, or your stars or snowflakes. We don't have loads of these. Oh, Christine says, love the gold and black currant. You put those two together. That would be a very classy combo. Look at those together. Absolutely stunning. Love the fact as well that in your sort of standard Wiltshire Shadow, it's 2 shades of the same colour, but when you use the gold metallic on the white background, it's like a completely different print, isn't it? It reads completely differently. Your 2 shades of green, remember, 1/2 metre of each, 3 metres total. You get your silver, love that silver. And then you get your beautiful, proper Christmas ruby red. Fran says, too tempting, Fran. Wasn't it Oscar Wilde who said, I can resist anything but temptation? I like that. I like that. I can resist anything but temptation. That's your Liberty. That's your Liberty. Imagine all the Liberty baubles you could make using those. Or little mini Christmas stockings, Liberty Christmas stockings. Absolutely beautiful. A little can go a very long way. Right, that's our Liberty bundle. Now, next up, I've got a metre bundle of your kind of Christmas red, Christmas green. And this is Emily Bell. Emily Bell, I think, might be my favourite Liberty print ever. I just think it's got a contemporary but traditional feel. I know that doesn't make any sense, but I feel it does, because it has that kind of... Yes, it feels traditional. It's almost like a copper plate engraving, but there's something about that contrast between the like uncoloured flowers with the coloured background that feels fresh and contemporary. So whatever your style, I think this works. Christmas bunting, beautiful gift pouches. If you're buying things like jewellery, or you make jewellery to gift, then creating a pouch to gift that jewellery in, beautiful. And you've only got to make two circles, T-plates, one in the green, one in the red, together, little loops of cord all around, pointing inwards, tack them in place first, then sew round, leave a little gap to turn through, and then just run a cord through that you can pull up, and it'll create almost like a little money pouch of Liberty. But inside you can pop the earrings or the bracelet. Lovely, lovely. 1/2 metre of each for £16.98. Now, I've got a very special price bundle. Oh, we're not doing that yet. Okay. Yes. Got them. Right. We're going to do these quickly now. They're not strictly Christmas, but they kind of are. They kind of are, aren't they? Especially the red, the blue. Let's start with the pink. £8.99 for half a metre. This is from the Garden Party collection. I can absolutely see that. Well, that would be lovely to make a Christmas stocking out of, wouldn't it? And actually, you've got pink and blue. So, baby's first Christmas, this would be beautiful. Be beautiful. Yeah, that's really nice. Do you know, I'm just going to grab another fabric. It's not Liberty, but look at that for the cuff of the stocking and maybe the heel and the toe. So I'll keep this around because that would look really nice. So that's £8.99 for a half metre. And if you just use that fabric on the front of the stocking, you'd probably get 4 or even 6 stockings out of that half metre. Yeah. Yeah, for £8.99. And then use something like seeded natural cotton on the back and then something like this for the cuff and the heel. Yeah. And then we've got that same one in blue. This is proper wintry Christmas. It's, oh, you can feel that chill wind, you can feel the sparkle in the air. Beautiful, the magic of Christmas, exactly. But like I say, you know, baby's first Christmas, blue or pink, ideal. Placemats would be rather nice in that too. Bizarrely, this is from a summer collection. But, well, not bizarrely, it just goes to show that good fabric is good fabric and you can use it in lots of different ways. Now, I'm just going to grab those stars because I do think this would be brilliant, particularly for the pink Liberty, to use as a cuff. You could line your stockings with this as well. It's only £5.99 a half metre, so it's very, very good value. But equally, you might use this with this from our Emily Bell. That would go really nicely together. You could use that with our half metre bundle that we've got. I'll show you this in a sec. So that's very, very useful bit of fabric that. That's going to sell out. That's going to sell out. Now, I've got the solid bundle I just showed you. We had a look at this earlier on. It's just sort of Christmas essentials. You've got half a metre of seeded natural cotton. You've also got half a metre of spruce. Is that spruce? No, emerald. Emerald. And then half a metre of red. This isn't the Italian flag. This is the Italian flag. Is it that way? Is it that way? I don't know. That way. That way. That's, what's the pasta dish that's just tomatoes and basil and pasta? Bolognese. Bolognese. Oh, you're so sophisticated, aren't you? Not carbonara. That's bacon. No, Neapolitan. Is it Neapolitan or is that ice cream? Oh, enough, you lot. Honestly, you're no use at all. But that's to represent the colours of the flag, isn't it? Tomatoes, basil, white pasta, mozzarella, that kind of thing. Oh, I wish I'd never said that. £9.99 though, and that was a special price. You should have been paying over £11. All right, okay. Michael, I'm going to let you have that. Thank you. Right, next up. Yeah, Lewis Nyreen. Now you're getting 1 Lewis Nyreen and 3 solids. So great value in this bundle. Excuse me. Right, beautiful. 1936, that's a great price, but we're about to make it better. You shouldn't be doing this really, but go on. 40, ooh, lovely. £14.99, that is cheeky. Look at that, gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. £3.74 per half metre. And that's including your Lewis and Irene. That is lovely. I'm just going to open that up so you get a lot of fabric in a half a metre. So look at all that gorgeous shimmering gold as well. It is lovely. It is absolutely lovely. Smashing that. Really, really lovely. You also get, of course, your half metres of blues. You're getting a navy there. You're getting, is that Copen? And you're getting like a silver grey. Copen, navy and silver. There we go. And then that Lewis and Irene half metre as well really just rounds the whole thing off. And a great price, $14.99 for all four. 2 metres of fabric there. 2 metres of fabric for less than the price of 1 metre of fabric, really. Great. Now, giving lots of ideas of how to use your fabrics, but even more ideas actually in this book. It's called Fat Quarter Christmas. 25 projects to make from short lengths of fabric by Jemima Schlee. So 25 different projects. Let's have a dive in. $12.99 for this, for 25 projects, which makes it about 50p a project. So we've got our stocking. Gosh, now, if I was to say how many times I get asked, can you recommend a good stocking pattern? Because so many of them are really badly drawn. That one is lovely. That's just the right shape. They're so often just like a hockey stick. Very strange. All your basic techniques in there. All your basic techniques. And then oh, sorry, I've gone into the projects already. Let's find the projects. Here we go. Right. So little hanging hearts. Good for Christmas, but good for all year round, these. Lots of these. A snowflake garland with stitching. Look at that. So it's using the zigzag, like the satin stitch. I like that idea. Tree bunting. Could use that any time. Little pinwheel decorations. All using scraps of fabric or fat quarters. Fairy light shades. Use your LEDs for that. Winter trees. Oh, they're pretty. They are lovely. A little winter house. Very cute. A bonbon dish. Now, you see, that's brilliant for all year round, isn't it? And imagine as well, if you were into kind of like, you could almost make your own fabric with little bits, scraps, thread waste, free machine over it, and then cut out these shapes, then make it. Oh, my goodness. That is a rabbit hole. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm very, very impressed. Tea light holder. Very, very impressed. Obviously, you'd use an electric tea light for that. The dining table. You know I'm very keen on sewing projects for the table. Oh, that's yummy. Isn't that lovely? I really like that. The napkin rings. Not taking up much fabric, not taking up much time. I like, are we getting the pattern for that? Mantle edge. Let's see. Yes. Look at that. But, I mean, it says kindling bag, but that could be for toys. It could be for your knitting yarn or your crochet project that you're working on. Gosh. Absolutely fab. A cushion. There's your stocking. Stripy. Oh, I like those gift tags. And you could actually put photographs of the recipients, as I think they have. Keep them. Bottle bags. This is exceptional value. I've got less than 50 of this book left. I'd grab this while you can. This is fab. This is fab. And if you make for your, like, you know, church bazaar, Christmas bazaar, the school fundraiser, there's so many ideas in here. Look, and all your templates. That's fab. That's a fab book for £12.99. Just over 50 pence a project. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, and actually, you know, the majority of those projects I was looking at thinking, yeah, I'd make that. Oh, yeah, I'd make that too. Ooh. And not just for Christmas, by any means. I've got fewer than 40 left, which isn't very many at all. It's the first time we've had it on air. But you know, I think the cover price is £12.99. But I think if I had that as an early bird and it was £12.99, I think that was an absolutely cracking early bird. This is full price, £12.99 for 25 fat quarter projects for Christmas. But I would argue, I don't think I need to argue, lots of these projects could be used for all year round. There's absolutely loads in there. Love it. The numbers are dwindling. I've got another book. Are you going to... Fat quarters from earlier, I'm kidding. But it's such a lovely book. Such a lovely book. Some fat quarter bundles we had on earlier. Glitter. Now, these should be £14.99 for a pack of 5. That makes it £2.99 per fat quarter. Silver with glitter. Red with glitter. We took them down to £1.99 a fat quarter, which is absolutely fab. And then you get your 3 coordinating solids. You've got that lovely silver. You've got that off-white. And then you've got that beautiful, really vibrant, it's like a crimson, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Again, little jewellery pouches, little zippy bags, pop a little gift inside. So it's a little bit of your craft and a little bit of something else. Maybe something from the Fat Quarter book that I've just shown you. Yeah, loads of ideas. Tree bunting, made in these. Last few chances, though. How many of the book do I have left? Not many at all. That's not many at all. Yeah, thank you. Right, I've got another fat quarter bundle, which is mittens. Cute. Gingerbread, yeah, little mittens, gingerbread. It's ever so cute. £1.99 a fat quarter. Should be £2.99 a fat quarter. This bundle should have been £15. We're doing it today for £9.99, which is great value. Again, if you make and sell for charity or profit, this is where your profit lies. If you can get a good deal on the fabric, if you can get it for less, this is 100% cotton. Lovely quality, actually. You're not compromising on the quality there. Look at that lovely feature fabric. Really, really cute. Now, I've got some Scandi-inspired fat quarters, a lovely bundle. Again, a pack of 5. These are really beautiful. These have almost a sort of linen-y look to them, which again fits really nicely with that Scandi. You've got the trees, you've got the robins, snowflakes. This, I feel, is quite Alison Marion. I could imagine Alison Marion making beautiful things with this. So maybe throw in some seeded natural cotton or some calico, a little bit of red work embroidery maybe. Or some buttons, pearl buttons would be lovely. And there's your collection of 5 fat quarters for £14.99. So it's working out just £2.99 a fat quarter. Love that. That would actually fit in really, really nicely with this bundle that we just saw. Those colours would work very, very nicely together. 100% cotton. But like I say, this one in particular has a bit of a seeded natural look to it. I don't know, it just makes it feel a bit more like almost linen-y, a little bit of a slub to it, more country style, I suppose. It's lovely, isn't it? Right, Scandi book now. Scandi book. It's called Scandi Christmas. And would you believe in this book you've got over 45 projects and quick ideas for beautiful decorations and gifts. And that is £12.99. What does that work out per project? 28 pence a project. Wow. Wow. And look as well, it's the sort of, I think it's the kind of Christmas. Oh, yes, I want to go there for Christmas. Definitely. See, that's lovely. This is a combination of different kinds of craft. So there's some paper craft in there. There's some fabric craft as well, of course. Just got lots of little things you can dip into. Things you could make with children quite easily and successfully. Those advent envelopes are lovely. Little decorations, so cute. Lots of lovely, lovely ideas. Stamped gift wrap. A crabapple wreath. Oh, that's lovely. How beautiful. Ooh. What are those? Pine cone firelighters. How interesting. Oh. No, oh, look, gingerbread, there's some baking. Oh, it's very lovely. 45 different projects. Less than 30p a project. Wow. Absolutely lovely. Right. I have got... Now, these are from the brand new collection from Tilda called Creating Memories. And these are the Winter Reds and Greens button collection. You get 10 buttons, 5 that are 10mm and 5 that are 12mm. We've got a price drop. You're saving £1, £5.49. Love that. Aren't they gorgeous? I've fallen in love with this range. I use this for my table runner. I use this for a quilt. In fact, I've made a few table runners now. It's gorgeous. Little cushion with buttons on. It could be little doll dresses or coats. Maybe you've made a Tilda Santa and you want to add some little button embellishments or make something new and add some buttons. It's beautiful, isn't it? So pretty. For £5.49. Lovely. Now, self-coverable buttons, self-cover buttons. I've got these in 2 sizes. I can't live without these. I need these in my sewing box all the time. We'll start with the smaller ones. You get 6, and these are 15mm. So very, very easy to cover. You don't need any special tools. You need a pair of scissors and a needle and thread. That's it. And you get beautifully neat, very, very smart self-covered buttons. Particularly works well with things like quilt weight cottons and lighter fabrics. Lovely. And a really nice thing to fussy cut your fabric sometimes, if you can, if the opportunity lends itself, to sort of centre a motif, a little flower or something like that. So £2.49. See, I mean, for £2.49, it's not worth going without. Have them in your stash. Now, I've also got them in a 19mm version. You get 5 in a set. For we'll pop the details up. 5 in a set for £2.99. Again, you don't need any special equipment for fitting these. They just snap together. Right, next up, some beautiful... now this is from Bluebell Grey. So they are interior designers, and they have started working with Lewis and Irene to produce some absolutely gorgeous quilt weight cotton ranges. This is called Fa La 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 La. I think I got the right number of la's. Oh, just Fa La La. Oh, it's just Fa La La. Thank you, Michael. Absolutely delightful, aren't they? These look like they've been hand-painted just for me. I'm going to slot that in between. Look at that gorgeous candy pink. Brand new collection, and it's actually the first time it's been on air. This is exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. You're going to save the price of half a metre, £55.93. I think Isn't it Bluebell Grey that John's been showing off his lovely new bedding? He's got all lovely new bedding from Bluebell Grey. Gorgeous. Fala. La. Love the colours. Very reminiscent of childhood, actually, for me, this. The colours, the motifs, these deer, they remind me of that wrapping paper and Christmas cards from my childhood. But also some really lovely, very, very usable smaller prints in there as well as those feature prints. The baubles are gorgeous. Can I start, we're also doing these by the ½ metre. Can I start with the baubles? So this is the cream bauble. I think I want to make a tree skirt because it's directional, and I want to make it almost in petals that go outwards to keep the direction. Do you know what I mean? So it's like zigzags around the edge to go under. This would also, yeah, a skirt would be lovely, a blouse would be lovely, a dress. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And also, can I just say, I mentioned fussy cutting for buttons. Yeah. These would be little bits that you'd have left over, but you could fussy cut those and make the most beautiful buttons. For pennies, really. Gorgeous. So that's on cream. I've also got that same design on a really beautiful dark forest green, which really makes the colours pop. Without going full on black background, you know? But that deep green, beautiful. Stunning, that one, isn't it? Again, this is all from Bluebell Grey, who make the most beautiful, but it is very expensive bedding. Hi, Stuart. I think I want to make pillowcases for the bed. Zena, I'm with you. Absolute gorgeous. Gorgeous. Really nice. Really nice. Next up, little presents. This is a lovely all-over print. Pyjama bottoms. Pyjama bottoms in that. Or, you know, Alison Marion's Mummy and Me apron, the child's version of this, for a little, you know, for when you're decorating the tree or doing Christmas crafting, you could make these little tabard aprons for the children, just to make it extra special. Walking in the air, no, Walking in a Winter Wonderland. Sorry, wrong book. Ho, ho, ho. Present time. Aww. Do you know, I'm not bothered about Christmas presents at all. I love the decorating, the making, the spending time with friends and family, the gorgeous little things, you know. I'm not actually that bothered about presents. I'm a cheap date, what can I say? Let's do the same one with the red background. Again, it's that Christmas red that's really, again, reminiscent of childhood for me. Gift bags would be lovely. Gift bags would be lovely, yeah. Bottle bags, gift bags, lounge pants, pyjama bottoms, little red T-shirt, little white T-shirt, green T-shirt to go with, because you've got all those different colours. Yeah, Christmas stockings, or the back of Christmas stockings. Just lovely. And you'd pay a lot for them. You'd pay a lot for them. I know Bluebell Grey bedding is very expensive. Let's do the coordinate now, the pink mistletoe. Now, this really would make the most beautiful pyjama bottoms, wouldn't it? Or pillowcases. And I would be inclined, actually, to just mix this with like a plain white cotton Keep it really crisp and fresh. Gorgeous, yeah, absolutely lovely. And if you are doing those pillowcases, you might want to consider just doing like a little button back to them or something like that would be lovely. Yeah, from a ½ metre, plus, you know, maybe a ½ metre of your white solid or your cream solid. If you need a proper pillowcase pattern with the full proper tuck in that has the inside seams, my very first book, So Fabulous, has a pillowcase pattern in it, and it fits, you know, your proper standard pillowcase. It took me ages, far longer than it should have done, to work out how to do it. Anyway, blue. And again, you know, baby's first Christmas. You know, it works. It works. There's your blue. Cute. Love mistletoe as well. It's that little bit of the past, isn't it? Before there was Christmas, mistletoe was still part of winter celebrations. And I don't know if the kissing under mistletoe was always a thing. I think it was. But the original, certainly the Christmas tradition with mistletoe, was that every time you had a kiss under the mistletoe, you had to break one of the berries off. So you only got as many kisses as you had berries. But people don't do that now because people are greedy and they just want all the kisses. Now, this is gorgeous. This is, you know, Christmas wrapping paper from my childhood. It's a little bit kitsch. It's a little bit gorgeous. It's lovely. Yeah, it's kind of all the prints coming together. You've got the baubles on the tree. You've got Santa. You've got the trees. You've got the reindeer as well. And that's on that cream background, and then last of all we've got that same print on this really lovely soft candy pink background, which again just gives it that quite vintage look and feel. Again, pyjamas in this would be adorable. There's lots and lots of suitable projects if you wanted to get it with the Fat Quarter Christmas book. 25 projects to make with fat quarters and short lengths of fabric. So lots of the projects don't even need fat quarters, so you'd get a lot of bang for your buck. Just check stock on this actually. It's £12.99 if we've got any left. We do. Low double figures left, low double figures. Oh, single figures when you've checked out your baskets. So, yeah. See, something like that's worth its weight in gold, isn't it? 25 projects you can just dip in and out of. Right, next up. Oh, yes, now, yesterday we had Samantha here, Samantha Williams, who brought the most amazing cutting system called TrueCut, and this was the starter set. Now, what you've got here is you've got your carry and storage bag, first of all, which is really lovely, robust, clear, sturdy handles. It's got a zipper at the top, and that's to keep, of course. Now then, inside, you've got your TrueCut cutting system. And that consists of your 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. You've got a pack of True Grips, which you can apply to the back of any ruler to make it non-slip. They sold out on their own. And then you also get the My Comfort Cutter, rotary cutter. Now you can see there, it looks like a very odd shape, but actually when you see it in someone's hand, it actually is completely natural to have it shaped like that instead of a stick, because if you have a stick one, you've got to contort your wrist at quite an odd angle, really. We get used to it, but it still hurts in order to cut. your My Comfort cutter is ergonomically designed. And I tried this out yesterday and I was seriously impressed with how little effort, how little pressure you have to put when you're cutting. Now, that's not half of it. You can use this with your regular rulers. So just as it is out of the box, you can use this with your regular rulers and you've still got the ergonomic benefits of this shape. But where I think it becomes extraordinary in a different way of cutting is this guide here. Okay, so this little, almost like a button, pops out, it just clips out, there's no screws or anything like that. And then this one goes in, and this then becomes a little guard, almost like a wheel on a tram, okay, that then sits on this little runner. There's like a ridge on the edge of the TrueCut rulers, and they come in all shapes and sizes. This is the most useful. It's 6.5 by 24.5. And there's a little runner edge there, but there's also a little runner edge there. So it doesn't matter if you're left or right-handed. Same with the blade. It can be switched from left to right, so you can be left-handed, right-handed. It's so quick and easy. It is for left and right-handed cutters, left and right-handed ruler. So it's absolutely designed for you. And once you've got that runner on the edge, you can't veer off. You can't veer off. You run it along, and it literally, I didn't find I had to put any pressure down. Now, when I'm rotary cutting, I'm pushing down with my thumb, which over time starts to hurt, or with my finger, which over time starts to hurt, or just my wrist. I'm pushing down. And it's one of the things I find hardest to overcome with new quilters, new rotary cut. They run the like it's a pizza wheel, and they don't cut through anything. You remember back to when you first rotary cut, you probably didn't cut through the fabric at all the first few goes until you learnt how much pressure. Well, this, I was amazed. You literally put it on, run it along, and it cuts straight through. We're down to single figures of this starter set. Keep in mind, you can use the ruler with a normal rotary cutter as well. You can use the My Comfort cutter without the runner guard on, with your usual rulers. So there's no reason not to get it. Don't think, oh, it's not compatible. It is compatible. Both are compatible with your usual cutting system. You still get the ergonomic benefits. But used with the TrueCut rulers and the guard, you also get the fact that you can't slip off the edge and miscut, which I think is fabulous. We had hundreds yesterday. They're completely, well, almost completely sold out. We've just got single figures left today. I just wanted to mention them because it's a great opportunity to get this system. When I first saw these, I didn't know that you could take the guard off and change it to that. So I thought, oh, but if I've got, I can't use this on other rulers. It's a quick click of a button and it drops out and you switch it over and click. It's not one of those screws like on your normal rotary cutter. I was just going to grab a normal rotary cutter like this, where you have a screw and washers in it. It's not like that. It's just like a little button you press and it comes out. And so that's the same when you change the blade. Super easy. Now, talking of blades, normal 45mm rotary cutting blades fit your TrueCut cutters, okay? Don't need special blades. And the good news as well, and I did ask Samantha if she would bring these next time she came, there's also a 28mm version and a 60mm version of the cutter. So if you like using a smaller or larger rotary cutter, you can still do TrueCut with it. Absolutely brilliant. Love that we've got that here at Sewing Street now, because it is a brilliant brand. I've only got 4 bundles left when you check out your baskets, please. Do remember to do that. Right, I am just going to shimmy back across. Thank you, Michael. Just got out in time. I've launched today this most amazing brand new machine for us here from Brother. Now, we're on single figures left now. There are 30 in baskets. I'm just going to turn this machine around because I want you to be able to see just how beautiful, just what you're getting. This is the Brother NV 1100 sewing machine. You get... Shh, everybody, sorry. You get 140 stitches, decorative and utility. You get 10 automatic one-step buttonholes. You get 5 different styles of alphabet. You get a massive extension table, a knee lift, a hard cover. You also get your walking foot included, your darning foot included, a 1/4-inch patchwork foot, a seam guide, and a quilting gripper frame, which is a brilliant bit of kit. It has your little grippers and literally fabric down or your quilt down. It could be free motion applique. And now this grips the fabric rather than you having to press down and hold it. Your handle grips the fabric for you. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, I do need to let you know we're on single figures, and that £160 worth of quilting bundle that you're getting free today is for launch. You're not always going to get this bundle with the machine, which doesn't detract from the value of the machine. It's an incredible sewing machine. The fact that you can get £160 worth of quilting bundles, including your extension table, walking foot, darning foot, 1/4-inch foot, seam guide, and that amazing quilting gripper frame for free, is really why I would encourage you to check out your baskets and get this machine home. But I am down to single figures, and I am heavily oversubscribed. Now, let's do the menu for tomorrow. My last day before Festival of Quilts, actually. Last day of Christmas in July for me, certainly, and last day for Christmas in July, I think, for the channel. Let's look at the menu for tomorrow. Right, we're starting off with a bang. Jo Carter is here with Christmas toys. It's going to be cute. It's going to be cute. It's going to be fab. 9 a.m, Debbie Moore is here with Debbie Moore Designs, again, Christmassy to the core. At 10 o'clock, we've got Jason Yenter, Christmas quilt with Jo Carter. Can't wait to see that. At 11, Debbie Moore Designs. Debbie is back. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got those fabulous Christmas fabrics from Jason Yenter in bundles and by the half metre. Really excited about tomorrow. All right, fantastic to have your company today. Big thank you to Kerry Lord from Toft as well for making this morning so Christmassy and inspiring. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget, if the Brother NV 1100 is in your shopping basket, you're getting £160 worth of quilting goodies for free if you check out today. I will see you bright and early in the morning. You take care of yourself, and Merry Christmas.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay?